Hello, everybody. Welcome to my live stream, my first live stream today. And we're talking about the severe weather across the northern plains today, across portions of the North Dakota into South Dakota here as well. And we'll be talking about that through the day today. With severe thunderstorm watches across portions of North Dakota into South Dakota here, we got a few severe thunderstorm warnings and even a couple tornado warnings starting to pop up on the screen here today as well, especially across North Dakota here, just north and east of Bismarck and west of Grand Forks here. We have a couple of radar indicated tornado warnings here with some mid-level rotation showing up here across these areas today. So looking at this right now, you can see here a couple of warnings all to the north and west of Grand Forks here. This does include the Park River area, getting up toward Grafton here into North Dakota, Cavalier, and then down toward Erdmore. We do have some warnings there, and this warning is for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here and half-dollar sized hail. This storm is moving to the east here at 30 miles per hour, and areas that will be impacted here is Auburn and St. Thomas here around the 345. That's already passed. Let's see here. It's 406. This warning is probably going to be expiring. Yeah, they just added a new warning here to the east into portions of far northwest Minnesota, moving to the east at 10 miles an hour for quarter-size hail. And you can see here the storm will be near Lake Bronson around 4:20 here in the next 15 minutes with some quarter-size hail. Pretty elevated type of storms here all the way up toward the international border. But further down here to the south and west, there are a couple tornado warnings here of note. Just to the south and south-southwest of Devil's Lake across the Cheyenne area, there is a tornado warning. It is radar indicated here. This storm is moving to the east at 15 miles per hour. This was located near the town of Cheyenne or 20 miles southwest of Devil's Lake, moving to the east at 15 miles per hour. This is a radar indicated tornado. So do want to take your shelter if you live in the Cheyenne area. And then this will kind of be moving eventually over toward the Tolna area as well. But this is kind of moving rather slow. And then kind of backing down here to the south and west, another tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warned area here within that as well. We'll start with the tornado warning here. This is another radar indicated tornado with half-dollar size hail. This storm is located near Fessenden, I think that I'm pronouncing that right, Fessenden, or 12 miles southeast of Harvey in North Dakota here, moving to the northeast at 15 miles per hour. And this is, again, a radar-indicated tornado with radar-indicated rotation, also with that half-dollar size hail. This storm will be near Fessenden and also Manfred, North Dakota, within minutes as well. And then looking at the severe thunderstorm warning here, severe thunderstorm was located near Fessenden or 12 miles southeast of Harvey, moving to the northeast at 10 miles per hour, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, kind of a baseline severe thunderstorm warning here with some radar indicated here. The source locations impacted Fessenden, Heimdall, Bremen, and then portions of Manfred and Hamburg here into North Dakota. So we do want to take cover there. And this will kind of be heading toward eventually the New Rockford area, and then kind of heading up towards Cheyenne, Lally getting in on this here later as we head into the next, 20 minutes or so. So kind of a line segment of some storms, some severe weather with some embedded rotation here with the southern edge of this line along the leading edge, and that was kind of the worry today with some severe weather. So as we kind of went over a little bit of the warnings here, we'll go over a couple of these warnings here to South Dakota, then we'll kind of go over the severe weather discussion and kind of the severe weather outlook the Storm Prediction Center has put out here for today concerning their 3 o'clock update. So here, let's see, the other kind of supercell getting together just to the east of Eagle Butte here into South Dakota. Golf ball size hail here is the hazard, as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. The severe thunderstorm was located near Parade, South Dakota, or 10 miles to the east of Eagle Butte, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. This is producing some golf ball size hail and also that 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here as well. This will be near the town of Eagle Butte and just to the east here, kind of moving over some open ground, but the storm will generally be moving up towards the Gettysburg area and then up towards Selby with time, but this is again moving very slow to the north and east here. And then farther to the south here, south of Pierre, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning here with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, just kind of a baseline severe thunderstorm warning. At 3:58 this afternoon, a severe thunderstorm was located 4 miles north of Mission, South Dakota, and is nearly stationary. This storm is not moving at all really here, and if it is moving, it's not moving very fast. So just south and east of the White River area and over Mission, South Dakota, or just to the north and east of Mission here, you do have that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust threat, as well as that quarter, maybe even $half size hail threat here as well with that storm. And again, we do have severe thunderstorm watches here for South Dakota. This goes in effect here till 10 o'clock this evening for some severe weather in that watch box there. And up into North Dakota, another severe thunderstorm watch box here with that expires at 9 o'clock Central Daylight Time across these areas. So that 9 o'clock Central Daylight Time across portions of northwestern, far northwestern Minnesota into east central North Dakota until 9 p.m. And I just lost my radar here. I'm not using a radar Omega today as it's down on my end here. It's not loading, so I'm kind of using my local news kind of a radar to kind of get you these warnings today, unfortunately. But I will still be able to get you the warnings here ahead of time, so you can have your safe place when these warnings do pop up. But like I said, across far northwestern Minnesota into east central North Dakota, that severe thunderstorm watch box does go until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time here this evening. And then to the southwest here into portions of central and western South Dakota, there is a severe thunderstorm watch there until 10 o'clock here Central Daylight Time, and then 9 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time across these areas. This does include the Rapid City area getting over toward Pierre in that 10 o'clock watch box, and then up to the 9 o'clock watch box in Central Daylight Time. This does include Bismarck, North Dakota, just east of Minot, and does include the Devil's Lake area, getting up toward Grand Forks, portions here of northwestern Minnesota, Fargo. Those areas are all under that severe thunderstorm watch here as we head through the day today. And then kind of looking at the Storm Prediction Center's outlook here today, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that is kind of in effect right now for portions of, portions of, let's see. I thought there's a new severe there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued to the north in northeast of Devil's Lake, moving north at 15 miles per hour at 4:08 Central Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm was located near Webster, North Dakota, or 13 miles north of Devil's Lake, and this is moving to the north at 15 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some quarter-size hail can be expected. Kind of another baseline severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm warning will be near Garsick around 4:20 Central Daylight Time, so do be on the lookout there. Also Starkweather and Derrick and then Hampton as well in North Dakota here with that severe thunderstorm warning. So things are starting to get active this afternoon across portions of the Dakotas and into far northwestern Minnesota. This will all start to translate to the east here and propagate eastward and grow in intensity here with some squall lines developing, and also here's some more supercells here through the evening hours here this evening. And like I said, looking back to the Storm Prediction Center's outlook update here at 3 o'clock, there is an enhanced risk of severe weather here that is included across east central North Dakota into much of northwestern portions of Minnesota, and then getting into northeastern South Dakota as well. This does include here areas like the Bismarck area, getting up toward Grand Forks, Fargo, and then into portions of the Devil's Lake area, and then getting down here to northeastern South Dakota as well. And then also a slight risk of severe weather extending toward the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, getting down toward Omaha here with time just west of Des Moines, Iowa, getting up here towards Lincoln, Nebraska, and the portions here of the area here as we head into the next few hours as well. And then that marginal risk zone kind of extends around that through portions here of Iowa, getting down into the Missouri Valley, and then westward toward the north central Rockies with some severe weather there, some isolated stronger storms. And then you can't discount some stronger storms developing in southern Georgia, the Florida here peninsula as well today. But our main focus today is going to be across that enhanced and slight risk zone up into portions of the northern plains and upper Midwest. Concerning the individual threats here today, there are actually a 5% risk here of tornadoes across portions of eastern and central North Dakota, getting into northwestern Minnesota here, and then portions of a small sliver there of South Dakota, that 5% risk of tornadoes. Also a 2% tornado risk getting down here into portions of Minnesota, especially into that Minneapolis-St. Paul vicinity, getting down toward Omaha here, and then Lincoln, Nebraska, North Platte. Those areas here will be under the gun for maybe a 2% risk here of an isolated spin-up tornado across those areas. But as we head through the evening hours, we'll have a strong squall line that will start to develop here across the Dakotas and propagate eastward into portions of Minnesota. And in that enhanced risk area, the Storm Prediction Center has included a 30% and even a hatched risk in these kind of black hatched risk areas here into eastern North Dakota, into portions of northwestern Minnesota, and the northeastern South Dakota. We do have a hatched risk of 75 plus mile per hour wind gusts possible in that zone as we head through this evening into the overnight hours, and as well as another large area of a 30% or greater probability of significant hail, another hatched hail risk here extending into those areas as well, into east central North Dakota, northwestern Minnesota, into northeastern portions there of South Dakota as well, with potentially 2-inch or larger hailstones. We could have hailstones of golf ball size to as much as maybe even tennis ball size here as we head to later today. So that will also be a concern here through the day today. Even some hail threat kind of extending down again and towards the Omaha area, Lincoln, North Platte, and maybe even some lower end hail potential down toward the Kansas City area, Des Moines, Iowa, up toward La Crosse, Wisconsin here. That will kind of happen later this evening into the overnight hours as all these storms kind of weaken and start to push off to the east here after midnight into those areas, Kirksville, Missouri, those type of areas, Topeka. We'll definitely have to watch that threat here as we head through the overnight hours today. So let's get back to the radar here. I do want to warn you ahead of time, this is going to reload here. I'm not using Radar Omega today. It's not loading on my end, but I am using my local news organization's kind of radar today. So I'm going to be kind of looking at this. Okay, I can kind of zoom in here a little bit with this. Here today, we do have those severe thunderstorm warnings I have been mentioning. We got kind of a little bit of a squall line developing here from northwestern, or really just far northwestern Minnesota, and then kind of tailing its way down here towards central North Dakota, towards the Bismarck area, and just to the north and west. That is along a cold front here, and then to the south, we got kind of some isolated, discrete supercells developing across portions of central South Dakota here as well. And those severe thunderstorm watches do continue. We got a severe thunderstorm watch for North Dakota, east central North Dakota, into far northwestern Minnesota here today until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This does include Bismarck, getting up toward Grand Forks, Fargo, the Devil's Lake area here, and then getting into portions here of the Red Lake Falls area into northwestern Minnesota, and then kind of some more watches up into portions here of southern Canada as well with their watches. And then to the south and west across South Dakota, including Pierre, South Dakota, Rapid City area, getting just to the west of Aberdeen here, there is another severe thunderstorm watch here for until 10 o'clock this evening, Central Daylight Time, or 9 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time here as well. So that is of concern with some supercells kind of spinning up across these areas. So kind of just watching some development across these areas the next few hours here. There it goes again. It's unfortunately going to be loading like that. I'm going to turn this over here to Windy Radar while that loads. And kind of taking the watch boxes and the severe warnings off, you can kind of see some lightning here is occurring across portions of eastern North Dakota here. A lot of lightning with these storms as well. You got a lot of daytime heating. And let me see if I can find here the CAPE values here as we head through the day today as well. I'm kind of new to this a little bit, so here, bear with me. Here we go, the CAPE index here today. We do have a lot of energy in the atmosphere. The instability here today is pretty high across portions of the eastern Dakotas and into western and northwestern Minnesota here, and that is why that Storm Prediction Center's outlook shows that level 2 and level 3, that slight and enhanced risk zone across these areas. And then kind of zooming in here across portions of eastern North Dakota, we got instability values up around 3,500 and approaching 4,000 joules per kilogram here. So almost 4 times of what you need for severe weather across these areas. And then farther to the south here into South Dakota around the Aberdeen area, getting down toward Watertown, Brookings here in South Dakota, and just east of Pierre. These areas here have some pretty strong instability of around 2,000 to almost 3,000 joules per kilogram. And then farther to the east into portions here of Minnesota, we got that 2,000 to locally 3,000 joule per kilogram instability across those areas here, supporting that severe weather threat. So a pretty widespread area of some energy here. We even got some energy down toward the Kansas City area. So even if we have some storms fire up down into portions of Nebraska, western Iowa, down into northeast Kansas in those marginal risk zones, we could have some severe weather here as well. Kansas City clocking in around 2,600 joule per kilogram. Topeka approaching 4,000 joule per kilogram down here right now. So that is of note. Along ahead of this boundary, we do have a lot of southerly flow here as I zoom out. southerly flow feeding in here. We got a lot of dew points rising into the 60s and 70s, but behind the front here, we do have some northwesterly flow with the wind barbs showing here, the northwest flow behind that strong cold front. Where you have that convergence or that lift, that's where you're going to have that severe weather here as we head through the day today. So let me go back here to the radar on the local news organization here. We got to get all the warnings back up here. And we'll kind of go back up to these warnings here across portions here of North Dakota. We do have that severe thunderstorm warnings here along that kind of squall line developing around the Devil's Lake area, on up toward Cavalier, and then down towards portions here towards Bismarck. We do have that tornado warning just to the north and east of Bismarck here, up toward the Devil's Lake area. This is moving to the east at 15 miles per hour. A radar indicated tornado here is possible with this here. This goes in effect till 4:45 Central Daylight Time. This is a radar indicated tornado. We could also have up to 3/4 of an inch of hail as well. So kind of some medium sized hail under severe, sub-severe hail across these areas as well. And then that second tornado warning to the south and west here. This does include areas around the Harvey area and just near the Fessenden area here in North Dakota. Radar indicated tornado and half dollar size hail as well. This storm is moving to the northeast at 20 miles per hour, and this warning does go in effect until 4:30 Central Daylight Time for central Wells County in North Dakota here. So this does include the Fessenden area and Manfred, North Dakota, so that is something to note as well. And then you got a couple of these supercells starting to develop across central South Dakota as well. We're kind of watching the supercell to the north here, a mission near the White River area. This might start to become severe thunderstorm warned here in the next few minutes, as it's really started to shoot up here over the last few minutes or so. As I can back the frame up here, just a small cell or really nothing, and then all of a sudden here this has kind of developed into a pretty big cell here. So that will be something to watch. Maybe some smaller hail and some gustier winds with this storm here right now, but no severe thunderstorm warnings as of yet. But I do think these couple cells starting to pop up could become severe warned as we have that unstable air, as it's showing you all that cape in the atmosphere around these areas, and we got that wind shear and convergence with that cold front coming in here from the north and west, and that will be feeding into that threat here as we head into the next couple of days or so. So looking here the next couple of hours rather. Sorry, I'm slurring my words. This is my first live stream, everybody, so bear with me here. We do have that, that slight risk that does extend down here into portions of South Dakota. Right now, there's not a lot of activity into South Dakota right now or Minnesota. Most of this is kind of more up into northeastern North Dakota, getting down through central portions of South Dakota and sporadic type of areas. But this will really start to become more widespread across the eastern Dakotas into western Minnesota as we head through the next few hours or so. So that will be something definitely to watch as we head through the next let's see here, this, like I said, this watch goes until 9 o'clock this evening. This watch to the south and west goes till 10 o'clock. And like I said, that severe thunderstorm that could become a severe thunderstorm warning to the east of White River. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning here for ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. At 4:21, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles to the southeast of intersection of Highway 83 and White River, or 10 miles northeast of White River, moving to the north at 20 miles per hour. The hazard is ping pong ball size hail here, and also that 60 mile per hour wind gust threat as well with this storm. And the storm will remain pretty much over rural areas of central Millette County here in South Dakota as we head through the next half an hour or so. So that will be something to watch. Like I said, I caught that right before that severe thunderstorm warning did start to transpire, and there it goes with that ping pong ball size hail and that 60 mile per hour wind threat here across those areas. So we got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings across central South Dakota, and we got several severe thunderstorm warnings across northeastern North Dakota and far northwestern portions there of Minnesota at times, and extending all the way down towards central North Dakota. Even 2 tornado warnings here embedded with that as well. These are radar indicated, so nothing too extreme yet, but we do have to watch for these tornadoes and the spin-up tornadoes, especially with these more discrete cells here to the south into portions of South Dakota with all this energy in the atmosphere today. So that is something of note as well. So if anybody has any questions here, do feel free to ask. Or don't be afraid to ask any questions. I can answer those very much so here through the day, through the evening hours. I'm not sure how many people are viewing here, but definitely going to be covering the severe weather here at least for the next few hours here. So definitely going to be a busy go of it here across portions of the eastern Dakotas into western Minnesota here through the next few hours or so. So that is something definitely of note. Like I said, severe thunderstorm watches here across these areas, including the Grand Forks area, getting down toward Fargo, Bismarck, and then down toward Pierre, Rapid City here over the next couple of hours, going through about mid to late evening. Like I said, this is the Storm Prediction Center's outlook here for today. There is an enhanced risk of severe weather they have put at their 3 o'clock update for portions of northwestern, kind of getting down into west central Minnesota there at times, and then getting down here into portions of east central North Dakota, northeastern South Dakota here with that slight risk zone here extending farther to the south as well toward the central plains. You got that 5% risk here of tornadoes across those areas, and then you got that significant 30% wind risk here of 75 mile per hour or greater winds possible as we head through the evening hours with kind of a squall line that will really start to develop and take shape here into portions of the northern plains, upper Midwest, and then you got that large hail as well that could be above, greater than golf ball size, potentially up to around tennis ball size here or so today is not out of the question. So that is something of note as we head through the next few hours and as we head through the evening and overnight hours today, as this will eventually cross into Minnesota, portions of Iowa here. We got kind of a couple of mesoscale convective systems. We got one developing here with a squall line in the enhanced risk zone today, and then farther to the south, maybe another smaller MCS or kind of mesoscale convective system starting to develop across Nebraska and propagate eastward into Iowa here, and that will be the main player for tomorrow's severe weather threat across the western Great Lakes that we'll talk about later here, but kind of just focusing on that today. And then that marginal risk will extend farther to the west across north central Rockies, and then you got that marginal risk here across southern Georgia into the peninsula there of Florida as well. So don't want to discount that, mainly for wind. That hail threat here non-existent down toward those areas, and that tornado threat non-existent down toward Florida as well. So mainly just kind of keeping your eyes on portions here of the Dakotas down through Nebraska here, western and central portions here of Minnesota, and western Iowa here for the next few hours, and then kind of keeping our eyes on this here through the evening hours as it propagates eastward toward the upper Midwest. Let's kind of look at some model guidance here, going to kind of the tropical tidbits that I like to use here. And we're going to go to the HRRR, and we'll see kind of what the models are kind of showing across this area here, across that enhanced risk area. You do see some scattering of some supercells developing. This is around 7 o'clock here this evening. You can see that right here on the top hand corner of your screen. 7 o'clock here on June 24th today, and we got some supercells developing across portions here of North Dakota. The HRRR might be a little delayed here. Let's see if there's a newer 20. There's a 20Z. It's just coming out though, so we'll go back to the 19Z, and it's a little delayed here with the storms, but it kind of gives you a good flavor. We got a kind of a squall line developing, some bow echoes embedded within that squall line, and that will kind of occur as we head through the next few hours or so. And then going into the late evening hours, and then a big old squall line with damaging winds that could be over 75 miles an hour. You got the 2-inch or greater hail, maybe even some spin-up tornadoes here will be kind of propagating to the east across the eastern Dakotas, and then especially into north-central portions there of Minnesota. Definitely have to watch for kind of a more widespread threat of severe weather with that damaging wind and hail threat and that spin-up tornadoes, and then it'll kind of propagate its way to the east. And then as we head toward the dawn hours, we could have some storms kind of lingering across southwestern Minnesota, and then kind of a warm nose of kind of a warm advection, kind of a warm frontal zone moving into portions of northeastern Iowa and the northwestern and central Illinois. That will kind of be the main player here for tomorrow's severe threat across those areas, with some more heavier rain across those areas here as you head into Saturday. So let's go back here to the radar. Let's go back to the windy radar here. Let's see. You can see all the lightning occurring with these storms. Pretty decent lightning makers here across portions of the Devil's Lake area, getting up towards Grafton into southern Canada here, and then some storms billowing up across portions here of central North Dakota toward Bismarck. Definitely a lot of lightning here occurring with these storms, so that is something to watch. But definitely you can see here a couple supercells to the south, starting to see a little bit of a line starting to develop here across Nebraska, getting into South Dakota, and then that lone supercell up towards the Eagle Butte area, west of Gettysburg, south of Mobridge here. Definitely watching that for some tornadic, signs of any tornadoes that could spin up with that storm, as it's kind of discrete. You always got to worry about the discrete storms across these areas, so that is something of note as well. But definitely getting active out there, and I will definitely keep you ahead of all of the storms here as we head through the rest of this afternoon into this evening. So if you have any questions, I definitely can answer those through the evening hours. I know there's a lot to get through here with all the warnings. I'll go through all the warnings here shortly again, but kind of like I said, we do have those warnings along that kind of squall line developing, and then to the south here you have all of those supercells developing as we head through the day here as well. Let me put the warnings back up here. We do just now have one tornado warning across portions here of North Dakota, across just to the north of Carrington and north and east of New Rockford here. So between New Rockford and Devil's Lake, there's that tornado warning near the Cheyenne area. Let's see, and apparently the tornado warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. Therefore, they have canceled that warning for the Cheyenne area. So we'll have to wait and see here if that is the case. But definitely some severe thunderstorm warnings along this entirety, mostly the entirety of the line here from the Park River area, Grafton, all the way down west to Erdmore, down through the Devil's Lake area, and then into Fessenden and getting toward the New Rockford area, and then kind of tailing its way down, some back building just to the north and west of Bismarck here. No severe warnings to the northwest or north of Bismarck, but that could change as these storms start to approach that greater instability. And then you got those severe thunderstorm warnings to the south here. This one into South Dakota here, zooming in. Just to the east of Eagle Butte and west of Gettysburg, we got a severe thunderstorm warning. 2-inch hail now here. We got 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. The storm's moving to the northeast at 20 miles per hour here across this area. At 3:26 Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Ridgeview, or 20 miles east of Eagle Butte, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. And you have that 2-inch hail potential and also that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust potential here with this storm as it kind of moves up to the east-northeast here and to kind of more a rural location. And then farther to the south, near just to the east and northeast of White River, South Dakota, another severe thunderstorm warning here with ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. At 4:21 Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles southeast of intersection of Highway 83 and White River, or 10 miles northeast of White River, and this is moving due north at 20 miles per hour with that ping pong ball size hail and that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust threat around those areas around central Millette County in South Dakota. And then farther south, a little bit of a line segment starting to develop here, which gives me a kind of an indication that we do have more of kind of a outflow damaging wind threat more than a hail threat, but definitely seeing some hail with the storm. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, some quarter-size hail. At 4:24 Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 3 miles north of Haystack Butte, or 8 miles northeast of Mission, is moving to the east at 15 miles per hour. So these storms aren't moving very fast today, and this storm will kind of remain over mainly here open areas of northeastern Todd and south central Millette counties here, including the northern Rosebud Reservation area here as well, into South Dakota near the Mission area here. So those severe thunderstorm warnings do continue here for some time across those areas. So kind of zooming out, giving you a little bit of the big picture of what's happening. We do have some storms starting to develop across the Dakotas here, especially central Dakota, and then you got the squall line starting to develop across portions here of northeastern North Dakota with a lot of warnings up here. And yes, they did allow that tornado warning to expire across portions here or actually rather be canceled across portions of North Dakota. So far, no tornado warnings are active at this time across these areas, but we'll definitely have to keep an eye on this as we do have some rotation in the mid and low levels later today. And we do have that severe thunderstorm watch here. We got the severe thunderstorm watch till 9 o'clock this evening for portions of east central North Dakota into northwestern Minnesota, and then central and western portions of South Dakota as well. This severe thunderstorm watch does go in effect till 10 o'clock this evening Central Daylight Time, or 9 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time for much of central and western South Dakota Dakota, including Pierre and Rapid City and just west of Aberdeen in those areas. So if you have any questions, I can answer those here through the evening hours. And even here right now. So definitely be on your toes for the severe weather across this area. And if you have any other questions regarding weather, I can definitely answer those as well through the rest of this afternoon here as well. So definitely like this video as well. Here, if you're watching, definitely like this video. Getting more warnings out to more and more people definitely will be helpful, especially as these get into higher populations like Grand Forks, Fargo, and then getting down toward Pierre, Rapid City, the Aberdeen area, and like I said, St. Cloud, and then the Minneapolis area. This will start to propagate its way to the east here with time as we head through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening hours. So that is definitely something to watch. So let's see here. I'm kind of going over some of the storm reports here. We do have some reports of quarter-size hail across portions here of North Dakota, probably from this line segment here up to the north. We got here some quarter-size hail being reported, maybe even some 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts to 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts being reported in some of these spots. So that is something to watch as well. And then to the south, not seeing much reports across South Dakota, and I do suspect that is probably due to the fact that there's more rural and open areas. There might be some storm chasers down in that area, but they're not seeing a lot of populated areas across there, so they're not seeing a lot of storm reports coming in right now, unless it's from relayed from storm chasers or storm spotters out there watching those storms. So that is something to note as well. So let's see here. What else? I would imagine there'd probably be some power outages starting to occur across portions of North Dakota, South Dakota as well. We'll kind of look at that a little bit later. But like I said, just some severe warnings here right now for mainly 60-mile-per-hour wind and some quarter to, at times you could have up to 2-inch hail. There was a 2-inch hailstone here with this storm in South Dakota with the potential of the 2-inch hail and the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. Just to the east of Eagle Butte here and west of Gettysburg, so that will be something to watch. This is mainly over some open areas, so we're not too worried about that right now. But if you do live in these open areas, definitely want to move your cars inside because 2-inch hail is very large. That is around golf ball size, so we have around golf ball size, that ping pong to that golf ball size hail potentially falling from the storm between Gettysburg and Eagle Butte here as this moves to the let's see here, north and east at 20 miles per hour across these areas. So that is something to watch. And then you got some more supercells here to the south. The one south and east of Murdo, we do have a ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. That's moving almost due north, although the polygon does kind of show it pressing its way toward the Presho area into South Dakota. And it's loading again. Unfortunately, this is going to happen here. I hope to have the Radar Omega app back. Hopefully, I can get that up and going here for the next live stream that I do in the future, because this is going to load a lot, and I have to kind of zoom back in. But unfortunately, at least on the bright side, it does show you the warnings, so that is something helpful as well. And I'll kind of switch back and forth between this and the windy radar as well to kind of give you a perspective of the energy in the atmosphere and the temperature profile and where that cold front sits. Right now, the cold front with this line appears to be sitting across portions of north-central North Dakota, and then the cold front kind of extending down into southeastern portions of Montana. So really the cold front hasn't come through these areas into much of the eastern Dakotas or Minnesota quite yet, and that's why there's only those severe watches here from North Dakota, far northwestern Minnesota, getting down into central and western South Dakota as well at this time. But I do suspect that there's going to be more watches here hoisted across these areas into Minnesota and eastern South Dakota and maybe down into Nebraska and Iowa with time as we head through the evening hours. So definitely want to be on guard for that as we head through the next few hours or so. But I'll keep an eye on those mesoscale discussions as well. Let's see. Yeah, comment if you can hear me. I don't know. I'm trying not to be quiet here. I'll try to see if I can turn the thing up here. Yeah, let me know if you can hear me, and I'll definitely try my best to kind of get the audio better. I know my videos have been kind of going in and out here too, but I've been getting better at the videos as well with the audio, so that is a plus. But yeah, let me know if the audio is, if anybody in the chat can let me know. I do believe there's a chat on here, but yeah, let me know if the audio here is having any issues, and I'll definitely try to fix that while I'm on the live stream here for the next couple of hours. But yeah, like I said, just severe thunderstorm warnings across this area. You got, severe thunderstorm warnings across portions of South Dakota, and then you got those supercells producing that severe weather here down into South Dakota as well, with the, potentially up to 2-inch diameter hail around that golf ball size. So that is something definitely of note for the next couple of hours. So if you have family and friends watching, definitely hello to everybody. And also, if anybody else is watching, try to drag more people into this. This is my first live stream, so I wouldn't imagine there'd be a lot of people on here, but as many people as I could keep out of harm's way from these storms today, I definitely will try to do so as we head through the evening hours, as these storms do try to move from west to almost to the south and east at times here, kind of toward the better instability. So that is something to note as well. So let's kind of click on this watch into South Dakota. This is the most pressing, with that 2-inch hail across the Ridgeview area, or Eagle Butte, and between the Eagle Butte and Gettysburg area, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. You got that 2-inch hail and the 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and the locations impacted includes Ridgeview in South Dakota. So that is something to note as well. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm tag on this one with that 2-inch hail. So do want to move your cars in if you live into the open areas here around Highway 212 into portions of South Dakota here. Definitely want to move your cars in, as this is a supercell capable of producing the 2-inch hail or the golf ball size hail across these areas. So that is something to watch here over the next few hours. A new severe thunderstorm warning here. This is kind of aiming toward the Grand Forks area as we kind of get a squall line starting to kind of form here. A new large severe thunderstorm warning, several counties wide, down toward the Cooperstown area. This does include Mickville, Cooperstown, and then kind of up just to the west of Grand Forks here. Let's see, click on this warning. This is for ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. We're starting to pick up speed here with this line a little bit. At 4:38 Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Maples to 9 miles south of Warwick, North Dakota, moving to the south and east at 45 miles per hour here. And the hazard is ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts with the storm. And the severe thunderstorms will be located near Michigan and Mapes, North Dakota, around 4:40. So that is within, actually right now. And then Petersburg, North Dakota, here in about 8 to 10 minutes here at 4:50 Central Daylight Time. And then other locations in the path of this storm include Mose, Logan Center, Binford, and Kempton in North Dakota as well. And this includes the Interstate 29 between mile markers 161 and 164 as well. And also, I did want to note there's also a tornado possible tag on here as well. So we could have a spin-up tornado around these areas as well. So that is something to watch. We've kind of got to watch the kinks in this line to see if we have any spin-up tornadoes. Also, a new warning just to the north of portions of Bismarck, just to the north of Bismarck. This is for portions of, let's see here, southeastern McLean County in south central North Dakota, northwestern Burleigh County in south central North Dakota, southeastern Oliver County in south central North Dakota as well. At 4:40 Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles south of Cross Ranch State Park, or 12 miles south of Washburn in here, portions of North Dakota here, moving to the east at 30 miles per hour here, and the hazard is 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. So kind of a baseline severe thunderstorm threat here, but still a severe thunderstorm nonetheless. And other locations do include the Wilton area here in North Dakota as well. And this will kind of be heading over towards, like I said, the Wilton area, and then eventually toward Wing. So this might head just to the north of Bismarck. So if you're heading north out of Bismarck toward the Wilton area, Washburn, and then eventually over toward Wing, North Dakota, do watch out for that 60 mile per hour wind gust here. That'll be crossing Highway 83 just to the north of Bismarck here in the next few minutes here, with that 60 mile per hour wind gust threat, and also that, the quarter size hail threat as well with this storm. So that is a new warning here as well that just popped up across those areas. And then, like I said, farther to the south, we just have those isolated and kind of widely discrete supercells. We got that one that was producing that 2-inch hail to the east here of Eagle Butte, we actually have trained weather spotters now confirming ping pong ball size hail and potentially 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here just to the east of Eagle Butte, between Eagle Butte here and Gettysburg. We have trained weather spotters here on this near Highway 212 across portions of South Dakota, across this area here with some ping pong ball size hail, and this is kind of out in the open here, but definitely want to watch out for that. And there goes the radar again. Unfortunately, that's going to happen quite often. Let's see here. If I can zoom back in, let's see. Oh man. Let's get the warnings back on here. Like I said, Radar Omega is down on my end here, but I am going to try to make the best out of this local radar. And I will talk about these warnings here in just a moment. I'm going to move back up to the north here. There's new tornado warning. We did talk about that tornado possible tag, and now there's official tornado warning here for radar indicated tornado at 4:42. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over southeastern Spirit Lake Nation, or 23 miles southeast of Devil's Lake in North Dakota, moving east at 30 miles per hour here. This dangerous tornado warned storm will be near Tolna around 4:50, so in about 4 or 5 minutes near the Tolna area, and then Pekin in North Dakota here around 5 o'clock here in about the next 15 minutes or so, and also around the Mickville area as well here with this tornado warned storm. We'll kind of zoom on in and see what we're talking about here. Without Radar Omega, unfortunately, I don't have the velocity to show you, but I definitely could kind of figure out where this is. We kind of have a little bit of a hook here, and that's what the National Weather Service is looking at, just to the west and northwest here of Tolna, where a little bit of that hook starting to develop here. Probably not clear rotation here within this, but definitely can't rule out the potential for some spin-up tornadoes here along this hook if it starts to tighten up toward the Tolna area. So if you live in Tolna or Mickville, definitely take your proper precautions and go to the lowest, most interior room, as there is a tornado warning across these areas here for the next, let's see, this tornado warning expires at 5:30 Central Daylight Time. This is moving to the east at 30 miles per hour. So again, if you live in Tolna at 4:50 Central Daylight Time, in 3 minutes, this tornado warned storm is nearly right over you in Tolna right now, and then peak in North Dakota at 5 o'clock here Central Daylight Time, and around the Mickville as well, around that 5 o'clock time here as well in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So definitely take your proper precautions, and definitely go to the lowest, most interior room, as we could be talking about here a tornado on the possibly developing here on the next few minutes across this area. We have a kind of a hook signature starting to develop just to the west of Tolna, probably coming into Tolna here as you right as we speak here. So definitely want to take your proper precautions. Lowest, most interior room. If you don't have a basement, go into your, if a center bathtub, bathroom, center of your bathtub here. Put a mattress over your head. You wear bicycle helmets if you have it. Something to protect your head, as we could have a tornado developing with that system. And just overall, the squall line starting to develop a large severe thunderstorm watch box here as well within this tornado warned area as well. Just to the west of Grand Forks, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning here across several counties for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. At 4:38, the severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Maples near Mapes in North Dakota to 9 miles south of Warwick, and is moving to the south and east at 45 miles per hour here, with the hazard being ping pong ball size hail and that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust threat here as well. And the storms will be near portions here of Petersburg as we speak right now, and other locations will be Moose, Logan Center, Binford, and Kempton here. This includes the Interstate 29 corridor between mile markers 161 and 164 here into portions of eastern and northeastern portions there of North Dakota, just to the west of Grand Forks. This does include Cooperstown, up toward Mickville, and then here farther to the north toward Fordville, Petersburg, and then here to the west as well, including the Prairie area with some damaging winds there with this storm as well. So that is definitely something to watch here over the next, few minutes or so. This severe thunderstorm warning does not expire until 5:45, so about another hour with the severe thunderstorm warning here across this large area here of multiple counties into northeastern portions of North Dakota. So that is something to note as well. And then, like I said, back to the south and west, that warning just to the north and west here at portions of Bismarck. Got to watch for these storms here, the southern flank, if we can have a kind of a hook developing. Definitely something to watch here as we have a severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail now. Golf ball size hail potentially, and also 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here just to the north and northwest of Bismarck. At 4:46, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles to the south of Cross Ranch State Park, and or 12 miles south of Washburn, and is moving east at 25 miles per hour. This severe storm will be located near Price in North Dakota here, and 5 o'clock. Wilton around 5:15 Central Daylight Time. Also, other locations impacted: Sanger and Price and Baldwin here as well across these areas. And this is generally heading toward the wing area here in North Dakota. So definitely want to watch that. Also of note here as well, I wouldn't be surprised if this storm near Fessenden and south of Fessenden and toward the Bowdoin area, Sykeston, and over toward Carrington gets severe thunderstorm warning out of here rather soon. Pretty nice looking cell structure here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a severe thunderstorm warning, maybe some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm here as well. So if you live in New Rockford, Carrington, down towards Sykeston, Bowdoin, definitely want to watch this here. In the next few minutes, even the Fessenden area, as this could become severe thunderstorm warned. And we got to watch the southern end of this as well, with this storm kind of becoming a little more discreet, a little bit of inflow here from the south and east. Got to watch to see if any hooks start to develop with this storm. So that will be something definitely to watch here heading in the next few minutes. And then, like I said, farther to the south into central South Dakota, we just got those severe thunderstorm warnings here just between the Eagle Butte and Gettysburg, South Dakota area. We got trained weather spotters confirming ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts across this zone. It does include Ridgeview here in South Dakota, so do want to be on the lookout for that. Also farther to the south, just east of Murdo here, getting up toward the Presho area here in South Dakota, there's another severe thunderstorm warning. A trained weather spotters confirming golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here as well. Rather here at 4:28 Central Daylight Time. Quarter-size hail was reported 16 miles northeast of White River. This storm has since strengthened, so yeah, it has strengthened from producing quarter-size hail to golf ball-size hail now. So we're starting to see about 2-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with the storm. This is 10 miles east of Westover and up toward the Murdo area, and there goes the radar again. I will get this right. I'll have the Radar Omega here back here one of these days, like I said, in the future live stream, so that will be no problem. But today, unfortunately, it's not loading for me, so I got to use this local news radar, kind of local to me, but still getting you ahead of all the warnings and watches here across the area, across this part of the country here through the day today. Let's see here. So continuing with the severe thunderstorm warning here. Located 10 miles east of Westover or 14 miles southeast of Murdo. This is moving northeast at 25 miles per hour, so kind of slower. Other locations impacted could be the Vivian area into South Dakota here, so that is something to watch. This is crossing over the Interstate 90 corridor just west of Presho. So if you live in Presho or west of Presho, this is going to be crossing Interstate 90 if it isn't already. And we are watching, I'm starting to watch this hook starting to develop on the southwestern side of this storm, just south and east of Murdo. This is something to watch here between Highway 83 and down toward the Highway 53 area here, or Route 53 area. You got to watch this hook on the southern end of the storm. This could go tornado warned if this hook starts to strengthen here. So something to watch as we have a little bit of some inflow if we don't have contamination from the cell farther to the south here. Farther to the south here toward the Mission area in South Dakota, at 4:38, severe thunderstorm was capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. It was located 3 miles north of Haystack Butte or 8 miles northeast of Mission, moving to the east at 5 miles per hour. So this storm is currently crawling. This, I believe, was a storm that was actually moving stationary just a few minutes ago. It's starting to pick up a little bit of speed, although it is only moving to the east at 5 miles per hour, so not very quickly. And then some kind of scattering of some lower top storm cells, maybe some lightning and embedded thunder, some heavy downpours across some of these areas and portions here of Nebraska here as well. And then even into Wyoming, we'll kind of zoom in here. Outside of the severe thunderstorm watch box, there is actually a severe thunderstorm warning here in Wyoming around the Casey, Wyoming area. This will be crossing Interstate 25 here in portions of northeastern Wyoming, and this is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail as well here at 3:43 Mountain Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm was located near Barnum, or 10 miles southwest of Casey, moving to the east at 30 miles per hour with that 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail threat as well around the Casey area. This includes Interstate 25 between mile markers 242 and 259. So definitely here moving to the lowest location there as well. So you could have some gusty winds around 60 miles an hour and that quarter-size hail with that storm there. Also, wouldn't be surprised if the storm to the south and east of Casey, down toward the Midwest area, gets here severe warned. Pretty nice looking cell here as well, kind of crossing over that Interstate 25 corridor as well, south and east of that warned storm. So definitely something to watch there. Let's kind of go back up to the tornado warning here into North Dakota. We do have a tornado warning for the Mickville area. We got a pretty decent hook here moving through the Tolna area. A tornado, radar indicated tornado here. Was located over a southeastern Spirit Lake Nation, or 23 miles southeast of Devil's Lake, moving to the east at 30 miles per hour here. Is currently going to be moving over the Pekin area here at 5 o'clock within the next 5 to 6 minutes around that area here, and the Mickville as well here with time as it kind of extends. Mickville is kind of on the easternmost edge of this warning, but definitely want to watch this here. If you live in Tolna, you're seeing this storm right now here, and it is just moving through your area, so definitely something to watch here. Maybe a tornado with the storm, although as radar indicated here at the moment. So if you do have any questions here regarding the severe weather coverage here today, I definitely can answer those questions here in the chat. We're just kind of looking at some, severe weather across North Dakota, the northern plains, and this will all kind of congeal into a squall line as we head through the evening hours and the overnight hours here as well. So that will be something to watch as we head through the next, let's see here, the next few hours. Kind of going through mid-evening. My plan is to stay live at least through early to mid-evening through the height of these storms. But if these storms start to weaken and we start to see a lot of warnings drop off here, I'll probably kind of drop the live stream, as there's kind of not as much to talk about. But right now, very active across portions of North Dakota, getting down into central South Dakota, and even a warning down here in northeastern Wyoming as well, near the Casey area here, with that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and that quarter-size hail threat as well. Still kind of watching the storm near the Presho area, kind of a hook on there. We got to watch to see if we get some rotation here within that. Another hook trying to develop here up towards portions of Eagle Butte, getting toward the Gettysburg area, kind of riding right along and just south of Highway 212 in South Dakota. So definitely something to watch there. A little bit of a hook developing. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning come out with that storm as well. And then here starting to see just a lot of hooks starting to develop with these storms now as we're getting through the peak heating of the day. We got the most instability here, the most unstable instability here. Those air parcels want to rise, and this is what is the result is here of some supercell thunderstorms as we head through this afternoon and into this evening. So like I said, if you have any questions, I think I do have the live chat up. If I don't, let me know somehow, like whether it's through my Twitter page or through my YouTube. If I don't have the live stream up, let me know. I will add that. The live chat up rather. If I don't have the live chat up on the live stream, message me on Twitter or message me via YouTube or my email to let me know, because I will definitely look at that because I want to have the most questions answered on here, because we got a lot of severe weather happening, and if you live in these areas, definitely want to keep tabs on all the severe weather here happening, especially as it gets into higher population, Grand Forks, eventually down towards Fargo, Bismarck potentially here, and then getting down toward the Pierre area. And then as this moves to the east, it'll move toward Aberdeen, portions of Watertown here, into eastern South Dakota, and then eventually towards St. Cloud and the Minneapolis-St. Paul area here as well. So that will be something to watch as this heads into the overnight hours, as this all will start to propagate to the east and southeast through the evening and overnight. So that will be something to watch. Oh, let's see here. Going over storm reports again. Let's see here. Not too many storm reports coming in here right now. Mainly the storm reports that are into North Dakota are coming in here. A couple storm reports from South Dakota here. Nothing from Wyoming with that storm right now. The storm reports in South Dakota are kind of sparse due to the fact that there's probably not a lot of ice on the ground there, rather than storm spotters, and it's a pretty open area. So kind of just seeing more, just kind of relying on the radar to see what we could see with that across these areas. Like I said, that tornado warning does kind of continue. A little bit of hook developing, not super defined, but it's moving through the Tolna area. Kind of a secondary hook trying to develop west of Tolna, so that is something to watch as well. This is heading toward the McVille area and then eventually toward Anita. So if you live in Anita or Petersburg, definitely just want to take your precautions and just go to the lowest, most interior room or basement in these areas as well, with that large severe thunderstorm warning here with that ping pong ball size hail and that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust threat as well. The storm's moving to the north, to the south and east rather, at 45 miles per hour here, and this goes in effect until 5:45 Central Daylight Time for the next 45 minutes. So that will be something to watch here as this kind of heads towards the Grand Forks area. So if you live in Mayville, Findlay, Grand Forks, Warren, over towards Crookston, portions here near Valley City, these storms will start to propagate your way here in the next hour. So if you live in Grand Forks, I know Grand Forks is a higher population density kind of city there. Northwood, getting up toward Alvarado, all these areas will probably be under severe thunderstorm warning or something here in the next hour or so. Half hour to hour here with the potential for some dangerous severe weather with those damaging winds. And this is the very area where the Storm Prediction Center has highlighted for significant damaging winds that could be in excess of 75 miles per hour and that in excess of 2-inch hailstones as well. And even that tornado threat of that 5% tornado threat as well. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that here in the next, few minutes or so. Looks as if the Mission Storm in down toward Valentine area has been able to expire. Still got a warning to the east of Murdo here in South Dakota for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Trained weather spotters at 428 did report quarter size hail across portions of the White River area just northeast of there. The storm has strengthened. Like I said, golf ball size hail is the potential, as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind here. So we could have some sideways golf ball size hail with that 60-mile-per-hour wind threat across South Dakota here right now as we speak. Also here, if you remember to subscribe to my YouTube channel as well, I also do daily weather forecast updates here as well. Also looking at the longer range, I look at the tropics here. The tropics are really heating up as well. We got a lot of activity across the eastern Pacific. We got a lot of activity starting to billow up across the southern Atlantic basin. That is pointed toward the Caribbean and pointed either towards Central America or the Dominican Republic and the Lesser Antilles. So we'll definitely have to watch that in the next week or so, as that could really turn into quite a tropical entity, if I may say so myself, toward the Gulf. If you live in the Gulf of Mexico, if you have interest along the Gulf of Mexico, interest along Florida's coast, definitely watch this here in the next couple of weeks here, as this really starts to kind of explode in the southern Atlantic here over the next few days. The National Hurricane Center, at last look, did upgrade to a 60% chance of a tropical system developing out of that, a tropical depression or a tropical storm within the next 5 days across that area in the open waters of the southern Atlantic basin. So that is something to watch. I do believe it is upgraded to a 60% chance, so more than 50-50 shot. So a likely chance now of becoming some type of named system, and that would probably be named Tropical Storm or Tropical Depression Bonnie. So we'll definitely have to watch that, as a lot of the model guidance here does actually suggest this actually strengthening to a hurricane down the line, maybe even a major hurricane here as well, kind of depending on the land interactions, and all that here, and all the shear and all the warm waters. There's a lot of warm water in the Gulf, so if this thing gets in the Gulf, it's game on for strengthening. So we'll have to just wait and see over the next few days. It's not clear cut where that system will go. Some of the models kind of move it towards the Lesser Antilles and then shift it to the north and east. Some of it has it going further to the south across the Caribbean, and then others have it kind of going more towards portions here of through the Caribbean, through the Dominican, and then up through the Dominican Republic and near the Puerto Rico area, and then kind of getting up into the Gulf as well. So kind of a wide open array of possibilities with what that could do over the next few days. That as well in this live stream to kind of let you know that there could be some interest of some hurricane status potential status quo across portions of the Caribbean here in the next, week or so. So that is definitely something to watch. In addition to all the severe weather here, we're kind of covering imminently right now. If you do have a family traveling down to Florida, you have family traveling down along the Gulf Coast, just have them watch the weather. Over the next 7 to 10 days and say, hey, there might be a system heading your way. Don't panic. There's a lot that can change. There's a wide array of, options with this, but definitely there could be something to watch here in the next, a few days to another week, week and a half. So definitely something to watch there. But getting back to the severe weather here, we actually do have a warning down in the far eastern Colorado as well. I did not realize there was actually another warning near the Cheyenne Wells area here. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, half-dollar size hail at 4:01 Mountain Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorm was located near Cheyenne Wells, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour with the hazard of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. This will be, around the Cheyenne Wells area in about 10 minutes here. The 4:15 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time area. This includes Highway 385 between mile markers 137 and 160, and between mile markers 166 and 168 as well near the Cheyenne Wells area. So that is something to watch here. Kind of an interesting looking cell to the south and east of there as well, kind of just west of Tribune into portions of western Kansas. So that could be warned here as well if it starts to strengthen even more. So that is something to watch. If you guys have friends and family here that could definitely use this live stream helpful to for severe weather coverage, I will be covering this, all the watches, warnings here through the next few hours, keeping you ahead of all the storms. We got some intense weather coming here across portions of the Dakotas right now, and portions of Minnesota here down the pike and through the evening and overnight hours. So I definitely want to keep you ahead of all the storms, definitely here over the next few hours. So do remember to also subscribe to my channel. I do have a Twitter page. It's hweather420. So if you want to go subscribe, follow me and subscribe on Twitter, definitely please do. I do sometimes post decent. I'm trying to post more, pictures on there of weather phenomenon, more kind of analysis type stuff on there, and more discussion type stuff of what I think could happen with these different type of systems coming through the mainland U.S. and the hurricane stuff and all that. So definitely please go follow me on Twitter at hweather420. I am also named as Weather on the Go on there, so do follow me on there. Also subscribe to my YouTube channel here on the Weather on the Go on YouTube as well. So do subscribe. I'm trying to hit a subscribe count of 200 by the end of June, so please help me out. I do definitely appreciate that as well. And also like this live stream as well. This live stream will hopefully help you out with kind of more of getting ahead of all the warnings here through the next few hours here, as I will be here all throughout portions here of the height of this event. So definitely here keep in mind that I have your back, and I definitely will keep you covered on all the warnings here. I'll cover with all the new warnings that occur here across portions of the Dakotas, in the Northern Plains, the Minnesota area. Any warnings that pop up across this area, I'll definitely have you covered. Going back to the tornado warning here up to the north, we do have a little bit of a kind of a hook developing, continuing to kind of develop right over Tulna here. We have some mid-level rotation. This is heading toward Mickville. So if you live in Mickville, definitely want to take your shelter now, as there's actually a weather spotter confirmed tornado on the ground. So now we have a damaging tornado on the ground in the Tulna area. A confirmed dangerous tornado was located near Pekin, or 33 miles southeast of Devil's Lake. This tornado is moving to the east at 30 miles per hour. This is a damaging tornado, a weather spotter confirmed tornado. This is on the ground. So if you live in Mickville, Tulna, Pekin, and Hamar, I think it's Hamar. If you live in these areas, definitely take shelter now, as there is a damaging, life-threatening tornado potentially on the ground right now. And this would be sitting just to the south and east of Tulna here along this hook. So if you live in the crease of this hook here, just to the south and east of Tulna, this is heading right toward Mickville. So if you live in Mickville, in the edge of this tornado warning, I do expect this tornado warning to probably be extended into the Mickville area proper, potentially down there toward the Anita area here with time as well. Do take your proper precautions here, as there is a damaging tornado on the ground confirmed by weather spotters right now across the Tulna area, and it looks like just to the south and east of Tulna, heading right towards Mickville. So if you live in Mickville, State Highway 15. This is where the tornado is right now. This is along State Highway 15 in North Dakota between Tulna and Mickville, and is heading right towards the Mickville area. Mickville could definitely have a direct hit here in the next few minutes, so that is definitely something to watch here with this storm system as it starts to push off to the east and the southeast here at the same time. This is moving to the east at 30 miles per hour here, so Mickville, Tulna, pushing through Tulna now, but Mickville, Pekin, and Hamar, definitely keep in mind there's a tornado on the ground, and you want to take your most proper precautions around this area here as well, as this could be rain wrapped. There could be some rain within this, so you might not be able to see it, but definitely something to watch here. And then as you zoom out, another big severe thunderstorm warning. This does include, like I said, the Carrington area, New Rockford, Fessenden. I knew this severe thunderstorm could go warned, and it absolutely did. Near the Sykeston area, Bowdoin, Fessenden, New Rockford, up towards Cheyenne here once again, and then down towards Carrington here in North Dakota. There's a warning here for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half dollar-sized hail. This storm's moving to the east at 25 miles per hour here. It is going to be around Cathay around 5:05 Central Daylight Time, so that is already passing through the Cathay area. Manfred, Emmerich, Bremen, Melville, Heaton, Hamburg, Bowdoin, Barlow, and Sykeston. All of these areas could be under the threat for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail as we head through the next, let's see, this warning will expire here at 5:45, so within the next 45 minutes there could be a threat for 60-mile-per-hour winds and that quarter-size hail as well. But I'm most concerned just to the east of the storm, there's that tornado warning with that damaging weather spotter confirmed tornado on the ground moving to the east right now at 30 miles per hour. This is getting closer to the Mickville area, so if you live in Tulna, this storm is moving just to the south and east of you right now with the tornado on the ground, basically right along the Highway 15 area. So if you are driving on Highway 15 between Mickville and Tulna, there is a tornado, a damaging tornado on the ground with a very strong signature here, at least on radar, of a hook here with a potentially rain-wrapped tornado within this between Tulna and Mickville here along Highway 15. So definitely something to watch there. Let's see here, and zooming out here a little bit further, if this is going to work right. Let's see. Oh, come on, radar. The radar's playing with me right now. Apparently it wants me to not leave the tornado warning. But yeah, we do have a tornado warning here across these areas. Potentially here a damaging tornado on the ground. Radar confirmed also, or probably, I mean, I'm confirming it on radar right now. I mean, there's a pretty strong hook there, but this is a weather spotter confirmed tornado. So this has been spotted by weather spotters heading toward the Mickville area, Pekin, Hamar, and then through the Tulna area right now as we speak. So that is here something to watch as we head through the next few minutes across those areas. So definitely heed the warning and go to the lowest, most interior room and cover yourself with, bike helmets, a mattress if you have, don't have a basement, or if you do have a basement, just do it anyways, because this is a damaging tornado in progress across those areas right now, and it's heading right towards the Mickville area as we speak. So if you live in Mickville, this might be a direct hit for you as the storm here, or just to the north of you as the storm kind of moves in your direction here as we head through the next half an hour or so. So something to watch there, and I'll keep you here updated on the status of this tornado warning here in the next few minutes. But looking back to the west, we got that severe thunderstorm warning to the north of Bismarck, severe thunderstorm warning with golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving to the east at 30 miles per hour here. This does include areas here near the Wilton area, and then eventually over toward Wing here with time. I wouldn't be surprised if this severe thunderstorm warning gets extended for the Wing, North Dakota area, just to the north of Bismarck. Then as we look farther to the south of Pierre, South Dakota, we got a severe thunderstorm warning there. Trained weather spotters are confirming golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts across this area just south of Pierre. This includes portions of Vivian, and this is going to be moving to the east here and northeast here at about 20 miles per hour or thereabouts. So definitely watch out for that. Some big 2-inch hail potentially there with that golf ball size hail across those areas. So definitely want to heed the warning there as well. And then also here, didn't want to discount that there's a severe thunderstorm warning with kind of a double-edged sword type of, setup across portions of KC with a couple of your double-barreled cells kind of moving together there. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and actually the source is public at 3:50 p.m. p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, there was a public report of an inch in diameter hail, which would be quarter size, near the town of Barnum. So that has been confirmed. A 1-inch quarter-size hailstone has been reported across the Barnum area here in the last 20 minutes or so, and the locations impacted with the storm include Casey, Barnum, and Sussex as well. This includes Interstate 25 between mile markers 242 and 259, so that is definitely something to watch here in the next few minutes. And like I said, the severe thunderstorm watch across east central North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota there goes until 9 p.m. Central and 8 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, and then to the south into central portions of South Dakota, including the Pierre area, Rapid City, and down towards portions of Mission there, getting up towards Aberdeen, just to the west of there. Severe thunderstorm watch till 10 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time here as well through the evening. It looks like we got a new warning and extension to the south and east of Pierre for ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts here at 5:13 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm was located near Vivian, or 14 miles to the west of Presho, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts, definitely a possible hazard with the storm. Other locations impacted could be Cedar Creek recreational area, so definitely something to watch here as we head through the next few minutes. This actually goes until 6:15 Central Daylight Time for portions of east central Jones County, southeastern Stanley County, south central Hughes County, and northwestern Lyman County in portions of South Dakota here, including the Cedar Creek recreational area here as well, and near the Vivian area and Presho. So definitely want to watch out for that ping pong ball size hail and that 60 mile per hour wind gust threat there as well. But then zooming out here, that's kind of what we're talking about. Let's zoom back into this tornado warning here. It looks like the couplet is still kind of there. We got a little bit of an inflow notch. Still seeing a weather spotter confirmed tornado tag on this here. Confirmed tornado is located near Pekin, or 33 miles southeast of Devil's Lake, moving to the east at 30 miles per hour. A damaging hazard tag for tornado, a damaging tornado hazard tag. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado is on the ground. Mickville is in the crosshairs, Pekin, Hamar, and this has already moved through the Tulna area here. Tulna probably in that hail core right now. So if you live in Mickville or just to the south and west of Mickville or west of Mickville, you definitely have to heed the warning, as there is a dangerous tornado in progress right now, and it looks to be rain wrapped across this area just west of Mickville, and it's coming into Mickville here rather soon. So definitely want to watch that threat here over the next few minutes or so as that starts to push in your general direction. We also do have a severe thunderstorm warning here across far northern portions of Kansas, kind of close to the Kansas-Nebraska border, just to the west of Valentine, Kansas. We do have a threat for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. It is radar indicated. This goes in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the next 40 minutes or so. Also 5 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm was located near Kilgore, or 16 miles to the west of Valentine, Kansas, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. This looks like it's going to be crossing into Nebraska, into the severe thunderstorm watch box here soon. This other locations impacted could include Crookston. So if you live in Crookston, definitely watch out for this. This includes the following highways: Highway 20 between mile markers 176 and 189. Highway 83 between the mile markers 220 and 222 could be affected with this storm, with that 1-inch quarter-size hail and that baseline, that 60 mile per hour wind gust threat across those areas here as well, just to the west and northwest of Valentine, Kansas, across those areas here as well. But other than that, I think we've covered most of the warnings here. Let's kind of hop back down to eastern Colorado. We have another warning near the Cheyenne Wells area for 60 mile per hour wind, quarter-size hail, 4:14 Mountain Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorm was located over Cheyenne Wells, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour here, with 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail being the hazard tag with this storm. This includes Highway 385 between the mile markers 137 and 160, and between mile markers 166 and 167 as well. So that is something definitely to watch here, as we have a dangerous situation with some damaging winds here with that as well. Also a decent looking cell there still along the Colorado and western Kansas border there, kind of near the West Tribune. If I zoom back in, kind of near the highway or Route 96 area here, just west of Tribune, maybe some small hail and some gustier winds there possible with that storm as well. let's kind of look back to the Storm Prediction Center's outlook for today. You do have that enhanced risk of severe weather across portions of northwestern and getting down to west central Minnesota. You have an enhanced risk across those areas that are seeing the severe weather and those tornado warnings with the ongoing damaging tornado in progress across portions of eastern North Dakota, and then portions getting down into northeastern South Dakota as well. And then that slight risk extends farther south into portions of South Dakota, southwestern and western Minnesota, western Iowa, getting into portions here in Nebraska around, the Lincoln area, North Platte, getting in toward Omaha, and then portions down towards the Rapid City area. You could have a marginal risk of severe weather. And then where that severe thunderstorm warning is in Wyoming here, and pretty close to that Colorado area, we do have that marginal risk zone for severe weather getting back into Colorado, eastern Utah, portions of Wyoming, far southeastern Montana, north central Kansas, getting into north central portions of Missouri, including Kansas City, including Topeka, Wichita, getting over toward Des Moines, up toward La Crosse, Wisconsin, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Rochester, Minnesota. All these areas could be impacted from severe weather as we head through later this evening and into the overnight hours, so that is definitely something to watch. Also here, a marginal risk across Florida peninsula, getting into southern Georgia as well for some severe weather there as well. The tornado risk across this zone, no tornadoes across Florida, but up to the north into the northern plains, a 5% tornado risk across the Minnesota area, getting into the eastern Dakotas, and then that 2% risk extending farther southward here into portions of Nebraska, into western portions there of Iowa as well. That significant wind risk in that hatch 30% zone of, you could have 75 or great 75 plus mile per hour wind gusts, those hurricane force wind gusts possible. And then also at the hail risk here of 2-inch or larger hail, could have 2-inch, golf ball size hail, possibly even up to tennis ball size. We've had radar indicated here up to around 2 to even 2.5 size hailstone potential already today. So that is something to watch as we head through the next few hours and through the evening hours, as we have a strong low level jet starting to kick in here. Let's see what I can see here with the wind gusts. Okay, so along this front, you can see here where the front clearly is with this. You have winds coming out of the north and west here in the Minot area, Dickinson, getting toward Williston, portions of northwestern and western North Dakota. The cold front's already passed. Ahead of the cold front, we have southerly low-level and mid-level flow around the Grand Forks area, down towards Fargo, Aberdeen, and then getting down here towards portions of Pierre. The cold front kind of moving through portions of Pierre as we speak, kind of some convection enhancement to the to the front there. But we have strong southerly and southeasterly flow ahead of that into Minnesota and the eastern Dakotas, and that is yet to be tapped into, as well as down into Iowa here, into portions of eastern Nebraska, and that is definitely something to watch as well as we head through the next few hours as we have untapped air. Let's see if I can get back on here to the instability. So looking at the instability here through the day today, if it wants to show it, let's see. Come on now. Let's see here. Instability. There we go. All right, so the instability is growing across this area, especially in the eastern Dakotas, up into where these storms are pushing into right now, where we have those tornado warnings, pushing into a caped environment here, where we have values up to around 3,500 or even up to 4,000 joules per kilogram across North Dakota here, around the Jamestown area, getting through Napoleon, and then over towards Grand Forks here, Fargo, something to watch there. Also down into South Dakota here, we do have instability growing near Aberdeen, portions here into southwestern Minnesota, and then some instability down into portions of western Iowa, eastern Nebraska, central Nebraska, down toward the Lincoln area, down toward Grand Island here, Norfolk, portions of Sioux City, getting towards Storm Lake, Omaha, Takema. But down towards Kansas City, a lot of instability there around the Topeka area, Kansas City, St. Joseph. We got instability between about 2,000 to up to 4,000 joules per kilogram across this area here. So if we have storms fire in this environment, they could go severe warned as well. So that will also be something here to watch here in the next few minutes. Let's kind of go over to what the HRRR is showing, with the possible what that could unfold here with the radar later today. We do have the supercells developing right now, and this will start to develop into more of a squall line as we head through mid to late evening here across western Minnesota. I think the HRRR model is a little behind, kind of behind on the pecking order here with the radar trends right now, but it kind of gives you a general idea of what to expect here in the coverage of storms. Definitely becoming more widespread with a strong squall line here into the overnight hours after midnight, approaching Minneapolis, St. Paul, getting into portions of central Minnesota, extending down into the eastern South Dakota, and then it'll start to fall apart here as it kind of outpaces the better instability, and the instability starts to wane into the pre-dawn hours here into your Saturday morning. But then we have an arcing band to the south across Iowa that could have some stronger wind gusts and some smaller, medium-sized hail there as well, with a warm frontal boundary that'll start to shift to the east-northeast across eastern Iowa, northeastern Iowa, into west central Illinois during the early morning hours on your Saturday, and then that kind of feed in here through the early to mid-morning hours there with some ongoing rainfall through the mid-morning hours, maybe some severe weather here through portions of northwestern Iowa into the Minnesota area as we head toward mid-morning tomorrow. So that will definitely be something to watch in the coming days and in the coming hours as well. So that will be something definitely to watch. Let's see if I can get a better. This is a better rendition here of what you can see with the HRRR here, kind of give you an idea of this. Storms firing now, and definitely a big squall line starting to take shape across this area here as we head towards the evening and overnight hours, and this will start to push off to the east. And then you got that warm frontal boundary to the south here, providing more stronger and severe weather potential there as well across portions of Iowa during the afternoon and evening hours. And this will start to push off to the east across portions here of Minnesota as well, going into early on your Saturday morning. So we'll definitely have to see that. And then the cold front will be right there here into the early morning hours from mid to late morning on your Saturday. The cold front will extend from portions of, Rhinelander, Wisconsin, maybe up toward the La Crosse area, down through portions here of Minneapolis, St. Paul, west of Rochester, Minnesota, getting down towards the Sioux City area, down towards Omaha, Storm Lake, Iowa, those areas, Lincoln, Nebraska, those areas will have that cold front move through during the morning hours tomorrow. Maybe some stronger weather there as well. So that will be something definitely to keep in mind. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's go back to this here. We'll see Bismarck, Aberdeen. Okay. Let's see if I can get the radar back up and running here across portions of North Dakota here to see what the warning status is here across these areas. We do have an extension to that tornado warning here. I do want to get back to this tornado warning as this is a damaging tornado is in progress. A weather spotter confirmed tornado is in progress right now across portions here of North Dakota. This does include near the Mickville area or 37 miles southeast of Devil's Lake, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So that is definitely something to watch here as we have a weather spotter confirmed tornado across that area as we head here through the next half an hour or so. This warning goes until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time here for southwestern Grand Forks County and also southeastern Nelson County here in northeastern North Dakota. So that is something to watch. This includes Logan Center, Kempton, Northwood, and Larimore. We could have flying debris with the storm. Pretty strong tornado potential here into Mickville. So if you live in Mickville, this tornado is in your area right now, and this is heading right through Mickville and then heading towards Northwood and Larimore. So if you live in Larimore or Northwood, definitely take your proper precautions now and go to the lowest, most interior room. And also here, if you live in, trailer park, definitely want to go to a more sturdy structure because this is definitely a tornado in progress across these areas. And you do not want to be in a trailer, a mobile home, or any type of unsturdy structure here with a damaging tornado in progress across these areas. So definitely something to keep in mind if you live in Northwood, Larimore, as this tornado is coming into Mickville as we speak with a damaging weather spotter confirmed tornado in this area near Mickville as we speak right now. So Logan Center, Kempton, Northwood, and Larimore, definitely heed the warning there as well. So that is something most imminently that I want to cover here, as that is the only tornado warnings. We have only 2 tornado warnings active right now, and they are in northeastern North Dakota. And all this is starting to head toward the Grand Forks area here. So if you live in Grand Forks, do watch the radar here and do stay tuned into the live stream, as we definitely have a lot of severe weather to cover here across this area. And we are definitely seeing that here with a big kind of county-wide, 6 county-wide rather, severe thunderstorm warning across this area. And we have a destructive tag now with a line of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail. 5:24 Central Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Northwood to near Revere, moving southeast at 45 miles per hour. The hazard is 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail. This is impacting Larimore, Cooperstown, Dakota, Mickville, Michigan, Gilby, and Anita. This includes Interstate 29 between mile markers 161 and 164. We could have also a tornado possible with this as well. Like we could have the spin-up tornadoes along this area. So that is definitely something to watch. This is heading right toward Grand Forks here, major population hub. So definitely want to watch that here as we have 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. This is the area that the Storm Prediction Center was showing could have, that 75 plus mile per hour wind gust potential. So that is definitely something to watch as well. Hey Snowies, how you doing? Hope everything's going well for you here. Just covering the severe weather today. There's I might add a camera to my lives eventually. I'm not sure. I might add it eventually here in the future. I'm not sure if I want to right now. But yeah, definitely going to be kind of thinking about that here shortly as I will, be doing more. You don't do Twitter anymore. Why don't you? Yeah, why don't you do Twitter anymore, Snowies? You'll have to tell me. I was kind of hoping you'd follow me on Twitter as I have more kind of severe weather coverage on there. But yeah, I'll be adding more, camera work to this maybe here in the future. That this is my first live stream, my first time doing it, so I'm kind of a little more, kind of new to this, so it's not really something I'm gonna do, right now, but I might think about it in the future. So that is something I might, end up doing. But for now, no, I'm not going to be doing that. But yeah, if anybody has any questions about the severe weather or just weather in general, I'll definitely be able to answer those. Also, subscribe to my YouTube channel as I'm trying to hit 200 subscribers here by the end of June. So please help me out. I definitely appreciate that very much. And also here, if you follow me on Twitter, you can follow me on Twitter at HWeather420, capital H, Weather 420 on Twitter. It's also under Weather on the Go, so you can see my emblem in there as well. So you can follow me on Twitter. I post, trying to post more pictures, more weather discussions, more of my forecast videos here as well. And in my YouTube channel as well, I do have more forecast videos that I do as well. Longer range weather forecasts, severe weather forecasts, hurricane forecasts, stuff like that. As the tropics are getting pretty active again in the Eastern Pacific, watching another tropical entity potential in the portions of the Southern Atlantic Basin. So that is something to watch here. Just kind of moving forward with that. And I do expect to do more live streams if we do have, landfalling tropical storms, tropical waves and, hurricanes and all that make landfall close to or into the U.S. I definitely plan on going live for those as well. So that is something I plan on doing in the future, and that might be a kind of a situation where I do add a camera in for that because it's more exciting. I think hurricanes are pretty exciting. I used to live in Florida, Naples, Florida, and there used to be a lot of hurricanes I went through down there. I went through 3, so that was more than enough. And you can definitely get some hurricanes in Florida. And I'll be covering that here if that starts to come to fruition, if we have a Gulf system or, Atlantic coast system as we head into next week or the 4th of July weekend. So we'll definitely watch that. But regarding the tornado warning right now, there's a tornado in progress, a damaging weather spotters confirmed tornado located near Mickville, or 37 miles southeast of Devil's Lake, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This includes Northwood, North Dakota, Larimore, and then getting over towards the Mickville area. Mickville is having a tornado right now on the ground. This is going to kind of split between probably Larimore and Northwood, but definitely heads up in that area of Larimore and Northwood, and then heading over toward Grand Forks, as this polygon is actually kind of pointed toward the Grand Forks proper area. Even though you're not under the warning right now, you definitely could be seeing some tornadic storms as we head through the afternoon hours. And there we go again with the radar. I will have Radar Omega, a better radar app eventually. It wasn't loading for me today, so that is why I'm using kind of a more localized weather station kind of radar today. but it still kind of gets the warnings out there and kind of shows you the general picture. That I'll kind of be going back and forth between this radar and the windy radar. As the windy radar here, kind of another website program I use to kind of look at convective available potential energy or instability, and a bunch of other stuff here with that as well, and kind of depict where that cold front is. But farther to the south and west, just south of Pierre, we have another severe thunderstorm warning for portions of South Dakota here for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. At 5:32 Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles north of Vivian, South Dakota, or 13 miles northwest of Presho, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. And the hazard tag there is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and also that quarter-size hail. Cedar Creek Recreational Area, Lake Sharp, and northwestern Lower Brule Reservation. Definitely be on guard for that, 1-inch quarter-size hail and that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. And it looked like they just added a new warning for that. The severe thunderstorm which prompted the warning has moved out of the warned area, but it does look like they kind of added another. They might add another warning to that. And then here into even northeastern portions of Wyoming, there's a couple warnings here near the Casey area for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. So just kind of a generalized severe thunderstorm warning, but still, any thunderstorm could produce lightning and be deadly. There's been already a couple. Unfortunately, there's been a couple of lightning deaths already this year in Southern California. And definitely want to take every thunderstorm, whether it's severe or not, seriously. Lightning is very dangerous, in addition to the damaging winds, the hail, and the tornadoes. So definitely want to keep that in mind. You don't have to be under a severe thunderstorm warning to have dangerous weather out there. So when thunder roars, go indoors, as they say, and you definitely want to heed the warnings as well. Any severe thunderstorm warnings, any flash flood warnings, any tornado warnings, you definitely want to heed all those. This storm's moving, is located to the south of Casey, moving due north, so moving pretty much into the Casey area here at 20 miles per hour. It's already here kind of moving into the Casey area as we speak around, right now. This includes Interstate 25 between mile markers 245 and 271. And then the other warning to the south here for quarter-size hail. And apparently the storm has a history of producing 1-inch size hail across portions of Natrona County and also south central Johnson County here in the central, north central Wyoming and northeastern Wyoming here. So that is something to watch here as well. We do have a couple warnings even down here into portions of eastern Colorado and far western Kansas. The warning in far eastern Colorado here at 4:33 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles northeast of Cheyenne Wells, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. And the hazard tag on this is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half dollar size hail, so a little bit bigger than quarter size there. And this includes the area of Arapahoe. So if you live in Arapahoe, I hope I'm pronouncing this right here, but this includes Highway 385 between mile markers 153 and 159 and near mile marker 167 here as well. And then the other severe thunderstorm warning into far western Kansas at 4:31 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles west of Horace or 7 miles west of Tribune, moving to the east at 20 miles per hour here into far western Kansas. Hazard tag on this one is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and baseline, that 1-inch quarter-size hail. And this will be around Horace here in the next 10-15 minutes here, around 4:50 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time here, and around the Tribune area here as well. But looking back up here to the north, it looks like they did extend that severe thunderstorm warning into the Grand Forks area. So if you live in Grand Forks, you have a destructive line of severe thunderstorms moving into your general direction here. Let's go all the way through this warning here. This goes until 6:30 Central Daylight Time. At 5:35, just a couple minutes ago, at 5:35 Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Johnstown to near Larimore, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. These storms are also creating blowing dust, causing significant visibility drops in the vicinity of Northwood. And this is a destructive storm for Grand Forks area, as it has a hazard tag of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping-pong ball size hail. So this is a very strong line of storms pushing towards the Grand Forks area. And also here, this includes areas of Johnstown, Gilby, and Forest River here around 5:40 within the next couple of minutes. Ardoch around 5:45 here in about 5 to 7 minutes. Mackinac around 5:50 here in the next 10 to 12 minutes. And then Poland around 5:55 here in the next about 15 minutes here. And this will also be around the Manville, Emirado, and also area here as well. This includes Interstate 29 between mile markers 138 and 172. This is an extremely dangerous situation with tornado-like wind speeds with some significant straight line 80 mile per hour wind gusts here moving into far northwestern Minnesota here with time, into the Grand Forks area, into Warren, Minnesota, Alvarado. This includes Mackinac, getting back toward Fordville here, some very significant wind gusts, Forest River, Minto, also Tabor, Manville. All these areas here could be impacted by significant 80 mile per hour wind gusts and the ping pong ball size hail. And if you have both those combined, you have 80 mile per hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail. Just think about that. You have ping pong balls here, flying sideways with the 80 mile per hour winds. That could cause some window damage to your home, some siding damage, some roofing damage, some car damage as well to your windshields and, the side panelings here of your car. So definitely something to watch into those areas. Also here, wanted to mention the tornado warning across portions here of this area as well. A damaging weather spotter confirmed tornado 517. This has been a bit ago now. We did have that confirmed tornado near the Mickville area, or 37 miles southeast of Devil's Lake. That is moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. We still could have a tornado here in progress, although it does look like the tornado warning has shown signs of at least a little bit of weakening here with this couplet here, at least on radar. But we'll definitely keep an eye on this here, as this still could be producing here a potential tornado here through the next few minutes as this warning continues. And there goes the radar again. But yeah, the next few minutes across this area for sure. But if you are on live stream right now, please drop a like on this live stream to get this, out to more and more people. I do appreciate that, as these storms will be propagating into portions of Minnesota, Iowa with time, western Wisconsin into the evening overnight hours. So it doesn't just stop into the Dakotas. We got all of Minnesota and even into western Wisconsin, Iowa, into portions of Nebraska to go yet here. Could even have some severe weather, like we've already seen some warnings down here into far western Kansas. This could include northern Kansas as well, toward the Kansas City area with time as we head through, the next few hours. So that is something to watch as well. But if you have any comments, questions, I'll try to answer those here in the chat. Let's see here. Try to answer those here in the chat. Okay, so yeah, we are seeing, let's see, let's pull the warnings back up. I will be going over the Storm Prediction Center's storm reports here momentarily. I did want to cover this here, all these warnings up here to the north once again. We do have that destructive severe thunderstorm warnings with the 80 mile per hour wind gusts and the ping pong ball size hail threat up across portions of the Larimore area, Cooperstown, Lakota, Mickville, Michigan, Gilby, and Anita. This is for western Grand Forks County, so this is getting toward the Grand Forks area. This includes Interstate 29 between mile markers 161 and 164 as well. You got the 80 mile per hour wind gusts and the ping pong ball size hail. And with that strong 80 mile an hour wind gust potential, visibility could fall as low as a quarter mile at times in this area here with the blowing dust. So definitely here some significant blowing dust was reported near Northwood as these storms are moving to the south and east at 45 miles per hour. And then you got that severe thunderstorm warning here for Grand Forks with the 80 mile per hour wind gust tag and the ping pong ball size hail there as well. So these are some destructive storms. And this is this is the start of what is going to be an extensive squall line that will continue to backbuild into portions of southeastern North Dakota and northeastern South Dakota as we get through the evening hours. So this is the start of what could be a noisy night for portions of Minnesota and the eastern Dakotas here. So this is just the beginnings of what could be a destructive night with the 75 plus mile an hour wind gusts, the 2-inch or larger hail potentially. We've already seen a couple storms today already already producing golf ball size hail, even potentially up to 2.5 diameter hail potential with some of these warnings, at least radar indicated. And we have already seen here some heavy rainfall with these storms, some frequent lightning, and already seen a tornado reported on the ground with this for a significant amount of time up near the Tulna area and then over toward Mickville. So this system has had history of producing some damage across these areas here, and I'm going to go to the Storm Prediction Center's storm reports here momentarily. And right before I did that, there is a new tornado warning that has just been issued just west of Grand Forks here. This is for another damaging tornado, a weather spotters confirmed tornado at 5:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A confirmed tornado was located over Larimore or 26 miles west of Grand Forks. This is moving due east at 25 miles per hour. This goes until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This will be around Arvilla around 5:50 p.m. So if you live in Arvilla, you have 5 to 6 minutes to heed the warning, and definitely heed the warning now, as this is a damaging, potentially life-threatening tornado on the ground, as weather spotters are confirming the tornado on the ground right now. So if you are on the path of these storms, definitely take it seriously. And this is concerning as it is heading towards Grand Forks area. So if you live in Grand Forks, even though you're just in that 80-mile-per-hour wind gust, threat and the ping pong ball size hail with the severe thunderstorm warning right now, in its own right could be dangerous. I mean, 80-mile-per-hour winds, that is an EF0 to EF1 type of severe weather threat type of tornado. Potential with, the damaging straight line winds that strong is equivalent to an EF0 and EF1 type of wind strength. You also have a damaging tornado in progress to the west of you, moving toward your area. So definitely something to watch if you live in Grand Forks. Across this area, definitely something to watch. This includes central Grand Forks County here in northeastern North Dakota, and this tornado has been located over the Larimore area. So if you live in Larimore, let me take these warnings off here real quick to kind of dissect this real quick. Just to the north of Larimore or over Larimore, heading toward Arville, there is a tornado in progress. This is going to head toward the Emirado area, Arvilla, Emirado, and then eventually towards the Grand Forks airport here into the western side of Grand Forks. This tornado is actually right along Highway 2. So if you are driving along Highway 2 from Grand Forks westward, you're going to run right into the storm. So definitely take a different route. And kind of, take shelter, because this storm is very dangerous, producing that damaging tornado near the Larimore area. And this tornado appears to be moving right along Highway 2 from Larimore, heading toward Arvilla and then Emirado, and then getting into portions eventually here of the western Grand Forks area here with time toward the Grand Forks Airport. So that is something to watch. This storm will be approaching Interstate 29 here along far eastern North Dakota, getting into northwestern Minnesota here with time. So that is something to monitor as well. Again, show you those tornado warnings. We still got the tornado warning here to the south. That tornado warning to the south near the Mickville area. No more signs of a tornado in progress, just a radar indicated tornado right now. At 5:43, a severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado, was located over Logan Center, or 37 miles west of Grand Forks, moving east at 25 miles per hour as well. That is right now had been dropped down from a confirmed tornado to now a radar indicated tornado, but we do have another confirmed tornado to the north and east of there, heading towards the Arvilla area, Emirado, and into western Grand Forks here, and momentarily moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. A weather spotter confirmed tornado here has been spotted with this storm, so definitely want to heed those warnings for sure across those areas. I'll get back to that here in just a moment. We also have another severe thunderstorm just to the southeast of Pierre, South Dakota. At 5:32, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles north of Vivian, South Dakota, or 13 miles northwest of Presho. This is continuing to move to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. The hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, so definitely want to heed these warnings. Other locations impacted include Cedar Creek Recreational Area, Lake Sharp. So if you live in those areas as well, definitely be on guard for that as we head through the next few minutes or so. Let me kind of walk you through what the HRRR model is showing for this evening. See if we get a new run on here. The HRRR, this is the newest run it is showing on here, the 19Z. I'm sure the 20Z and all the others are coming out here momentarily, but this is kind of showing what what we're seeing right now, we have that line of storms developing near Grand Forks, and it's really starting to take shape here across this area with the squall line. Some more storms starting to develop here and explode across southern and central portions of South Dakota into Nebraska. And this will really start to start to congeal into a mature squall line, kind of a QLCS type of line from northwestern Minnesota. You can see some backward seas with that. That's indicative of that 75 plus mile per hour wind threat. And then these deeper purples, we could have that 2-inch or larger hail threat as well. And then that extends down here into portions of eastern South Dakota and northern Nebraska here into the overnight hours. And then as we head through the evening, a mature squall line will approach portions of Minneapolis, St. Paul into the early morning hours on Saturday. And this will continue to kind of propagate to the east as we could have a strong outflow here pushing into these areas of western Wisconsin, getting down towards southern Minnesota, northwestern Iowa. And then we got that warm frontal boundary that'll start to push to the northeast with some heavier rain across portions there of the middle of the country as well. We got that warm front across portions of Iowa, maybe some heavier rainfall, some stronger storms there along the leading edge of that warm front, maybe some, a complex of storms developing across portions of north central Illinois, southern Wisconsin, eastern Iowa, so around the Rockford area, getting back towards, Prairie du Chien, Madison, getting down toward the Quad Cities and Davenport, Iowa, the Iowa City area, Waterloo, Iowa, into the morning hours on your Saturday. And we'll cover the Saturday threat here once things start winding down a little more here this evening for tomorrow's setup and even Sunday's setup here, as we have another couple of days of at least a marginal risk of severe weather the Storm Prediction Center's put out for severe weather the next couple of days as well. We'll also go over some of the tropical weather as well here within the next, I think the bottom of the 6 o'clock hour, about 6:30, we'll probably go over all of that. And then here we'll kind of look ahead to the July 4th holiday weekend forecast of what I think could happen as we head towards July 4th as well. So do stay tuned to that. Make sure family and friends know that I'm on live here, and I will be on live for the next couple hours at least to cover these severe thunderstorms with some dangerous weather across these areas as we head through the next few hours and into the overnight hours here through the night as well. So let's go back up here to the tornado warned storm up near Grand Forks. And these severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, are severe warned as destructive. We have 80 mile per hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail possible heading toward Grand Forks right now. Also, that's a tornado warning as well. A damaging weather spotters confirmed tornado on the ground moving east at 25 miles per hour located over Larimore. And this looks to head towards Arvilla and Emirado and also move into portions of western Grand Forks, eventually towards the Grand Forks International Airport. So if you live there, definitely want to heed the warning as this is a damaging tornado in progress moving right along Highway 2. So if you live along Highway 2 near Arvilla, Emirado, or western Grand Forks toward the Grand Forks Airport, definitely keep in mind that there's a tornado headed your way, and this will be approaching Interstate 29 momentarily here with this tornado warning. It goes until 6:30 Central Daylight Time, so that is something to watch here as well. So if you have any questions in the chat, I can answer those. I'm going to try and see if I can get in the chat here. It's not letting me do any of that for some reason right now, but I definitely will be watching to see if there's any questions in the chat here. Let's see. I'll just go back. I'll just use this because it's not working on my end. Yeah, there's a derecho back in May, but I just finally watched it in the darkness. That was so crazy. Yeah, there was a big derecho in May, Snowies, and yeah, there was a lot of wind damage from that for sure. And yeah, there was a couple of derecho. The Fort Wayne, they had I think a 98 mile per hour wind gust across those areas, so that was pretty extensive as well, the damage there. Let's look at the storm reports here. This is the spc.gov. This is their website. This is where they keep all the storm reports as the storm reports kind of come in. We do have a ping pong ball size hail to hen egg size has been confirmed across portions of the Goodridge, Minnesota area earlier today. A neighbor posted that, and also a lot of relayed reports of quarter size to $half size to up to, like I said, hen egg size hail across these areas, even some golf ball size hail across these areas here for a time. And then the wind gust threat, we've seen wind gusts of around 60 miles per hour here into portions of Florida. We've had some stronger storms in Florida as well. Let's see here. across most of the wind damage here reports are coming in from, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, these areas, but a lot of the hail coming in from South Dakota, North Dakota, and portions of Minnesota as well. Storm spotters report the tornado occurring south of Highway 2 and west of Highway 18. That's the one we were just talking about, just 2 miles north of Larimore in Grand Forks County, moving toward Grand Forks. So that is the storm we were just watching here. And let's get back to that. Let's see here. Still a damaging weather spotter confirmed tornado in progress there, so that is something to watch over the next few minutes across that area. Moving forward, we do have the severe thunderstorm warnings across Grand Forks. We do have a severe thunderstorm, destructive winds of 80 mile per hour and ping pong ball size hail. This is moving towards the Grand Forks area. So in addition to the severe, the tornado warnings, we definitely have the severe warnings. And farther to the south toward Findlay, Northwood, Anita, getting down towards Coopertown, Binford, and then eventually probably down toward Buxton, Mayville, Hope, Climax, getting down toward Hallstatt, along that I-29 corridor there into portions of far eastern North Dakota, getting into far western Minnesota. We do have another destructive tag, or there was a destructive tag. It's considerable now, but for 70 mile per hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail, moving east at 30 miles per hour here from a line extending from 6 miles northeast of Logan Center to near Binford here across these areas. So that is definitely concerning for some severe weather. Let's see, looking in the chat. Yeah, Snowies, you definitely should get Twitter. Twitter is definitely pretty good. I would definitely get Twitter. Get Twitter back so I can message you on there about more weather stuff. If you have any other questions, comments in the chat, I definitely can answer those. I can see those now. I'm kind of switching back and forth to that. And then let's go back to the windy radar here and kind of look at kind of the overall satellite picture with all this, if it works. Let's see. You can see all these storms just blowing up here with these, with all this here on the satellite picture. All these darker grays, the tops, the anvils of these storms. We have some explosion of some storms across portions of eastern South Dakota, getting into northwestern Nebraska. And we have more storms with a big old MCS cluster here, or big old squall line organizing into northeastern North Dakota, northwestern Minnesota, and getting into portions of southern Canada as well. So that is something to watch. And then we got those storms here. You can see some tops of those storms into western portions there of Kansas, far eastern Colorado. We're seeing some weather there as well with some severe warnings. And then those storms in northeastern Wyoming were near the Casey and Wright area, near Gillette. Those areas here, you can see some anvils starting to pop up here on the satellite as well. So that was pretty cool to see. Let's see. Temperature. So you can definitely see where the cold front is here. Temperatures have dropped into the 70s here, where you could into the 60s even here into portions of northwestern and western North Dakota. The cold front here is kind of dissecting portions, the central portions of North Dakota down into portions of South Dakota as well. Ahead of the cold front, we do have temperatures in the upper 80s to lower 90s here in the Grand Forks, down through Hillsboro, Fargo, Lisbon, and into portions of much of, even mid 90s here down toward the Morris, Minnesota area, Montevideo area here in the 94 degrees, Minneapolis area, St. Paul near 90. So some pretty warm temperatures ahead of this cold front. And that is yielding some pretty strong instability, as I'll show you right here. Gonna see if I can see where that's at on here. I just had it up momentarily just a minute ago. There's the Cape Index. We have instability in the reds here into portions of North Dakota and eastern South Dakota here. We have 3,000 to 4,000 joule per kilogram instability, so some strong instability across these areas, fueling that severe weather threat. So that is definitely something of note as well across these areas. And it's moving into an area more conducive for severe weather. You have all this energy in the atmosphere. You're definitely going to see some tornadoes, and that is what we're seeing right now. So let's get back to that. Across these areas, put the radar up and put the warnings back up here. And we still have that tornado warning to the west of Grand Forks. That is a weather spotter confirmed tornado still near the Larimore area, or 26 miles west of Grand Forks, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So that is something to note as well. Our Villa is already seeing the storms and moving in toward portions here of western Grand Forks. As this moves toward the Grand Forks Airport, definitely a tornado in progress. And then you have that severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and that ping pong ball size hail as well near Johnstown, Gilby, and Forest River, and then around the Ardok area, Mechanock, and then into Poland here around 5:55. So right now, all these areas being impacted. Also Manville, Emirado, and also this includes Interstate 29 between mile markers 138 and 172 here as well. So kind of keeping an eye on these storms. We also have another batch of warnings just to the north and east of Bismarck here. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half dollar size hail near McCluskey. If you live in McCluskey, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, this is going to be around Goodrich around 6:05 Central Daylight Time. So within the next 5 to 6 minutes there, you could have some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some half dollar size hail there. Near the Fessenden area, they've had several severe warnings around the Fessenden area, New Rockford, Carrington, very recently, and more severe weather on the way for Fessenden, McCluskey under this warning right now. Also Goodrich, Bowdoin. And then getting toward the Sykeston area here with time as well, with those severe thunderstorm warnings there. And then that severe thunderstorm warning south and east of Pierre, South Dakota persists. However, it does look like the warning has been canceled. However, it does say small hail and gusty winds are still possible with this thunderstorm as well. So definitely something to watch. That is good news that has gone below severe limits to the south and east of Pierre. So that is definitely very good news there. Let's kind of zoom out here and give you the bigger picture of what is going on here. We have take these warnings off, and you can see a very big squall line starting to develop here with those very destructive winds, almost kind of like a wake low. We might have kind of like a wake low of what they call, like a wake low. You have a lot of strong winds surging ahead on the leading edge of these squall lines. And then the wind is so strong, you almost get the backwards C shape here, and it almost develops its own kind of weather, its own kind of low pressure system. So that is something interesting that could be developing across northeastern North Dakota right now. You got a scattering of some on and off severe thunderstorms and stronger thunderstorms across central South Dakota into portions of northwest Nebraska. And then we got these severe warning storms here right along the Colorado-Kansas border, and then off and on severe thunderstorm warnings here across northeastern Wyoming as well here today. So very active day today here across these areas. Let's put the warnings back on here and go back down here to the Kansas and Colorado border. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. The northernmost one here is for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. This is right on the Kansas and Colorado border. This is a severe thunderstorm at 4:53 Mountain Daylight Time. Was located 16 miles northeast of Cheyenne Wells, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is impacting Colorado and Rulton. So if you live in those areas, you could have that golf ball size hail and that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust threat across these areas as well. And then to the south of there, this is actually moving across Tribune and getting in toward the Liadi area. For 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, this is moving directly to the east at 20 miles per hour, kind of more of a supercell type threat there. These are more discrete, so we'll still have to watch for the tornado threat, although the tornado threat across this area is rather low today due to the fact that there's not a lot of low-level shear. The higher shear values are, higher, shear is concentrated farther up to the north here where this tornado warning is now that we'll go to here again. Damaging weather spotter confirmed tornado continues across portions here just west of Grand Forks. So if you live in Grand Forks, this is heading your way. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning as well for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail is a threat here as well. So that is definitely something of note. And we also do have a threat for that 70-mile-per-hour wind gust farther to the southwest here into portions of southern Nelson County, southern Grand Forks County, northern Griggs County, northwestern Steele County. This is all into North Dakota here for the damaging straight line wind threat as it heads through these areas here over the next, over the next 45 minutes or so as this goes until 6:45 Central Daylight Time. And then another warning behind that here for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for southeastern Benson County, western Nelson County, northern Griggs County, southeastern Ramsey County, and Eddy County in portions of North Dakota as well for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from Spirit Lake Nation to 7 miles southwest of Hamar to near Grace City, and these are moving, like I said, due east at 30 miles per hour. Across these areas, and other locations include Tolna, Prairie, Pekin, and Doyen. Definitely want to be on the lookout for those severe thunderstorms there, as well as just a big old MCS really starts to get together. Squall line here with some strong outflow winds. We get some strong gust fronts here with a very 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see here within this backward C shape up in toward the Grand Forks area some isolated 85 mile per hour wind gusts cannot be ruled out, just what's looking at here on the radar. But that's just guesstimation at this point. But definitely have to watch that. And then more storms starting to develop farther to the west toward Bismarck. We'll have to watch. That could go severe warning here later today. The storm to the south and east of Pierre, South Dakota has here, been allowed to cancel, but still a strong storm there, I do believe. We got some special weather statements and significant weather advisories for some of these cells here. Special weather statement for some wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour, some nickel-sized hail moving northeast here across the Buck Creek area, crossing from Valentine into portions near the Mission area. Some more strong storms. We got another strong storm with penny-sized hail moving northeast at 20 miles per hour just to the north of Ogallala. And this is going to kind of be moving north of the Interstate 80 corridor down here into portions of the panhandle of Nebraska. So that is something to note as well. So a lot of strong weather out there, and that is going to be the case all the way through this evening. Let's see here if we have any more storm reports coming in today. Let's see. Yeah, several pictures of quarter to half dollar size hail. We've had as big as ping pong ball to even hen egg size hail reported today up into portions of the Goodridge, Minnesota area. So that is definitely some pretty big hail that could do some damage. And then we've had a lot of wind reports across Florida here on the other marginal risk zone. And then across portions of North Dakota, we've had some tornadoes that have been confirmed by weather spotters on the ground. So that is something to watch. Now, going back here again to the Storm Prediction Center's outlook for today, there is an enhanced risk for portions of western and northwestern Minnesota into the eastern Dakotas, particularly from east central North Dakota into northeastern South Dakota. And then you have a slight risk of severe weather across portions of western Iowa, southwestern Minnesota here into most of the rest of southeastern and eastern South Dakota, into portions there of Nebraska around the Lincoln area, getting down toward North Platte, Storm Lake, Iowa, these areas. And then you have that marginal risk that extends farther to the east around the Iowa City area, Des Moines, getting up through La Crosse, Wisconsin, Rochester, Minnesota, down towards Kansas City, Kirksville, Missouri, getting back across portions here of Topeka, Wichita, and then toward the Denver, Boulder areas here as well, getting up towards Cheyenne, Wyoming. All these areas under that marginal risk. And then that marginal risk here across Florida here with some wind reports coming into the Storm Prediction Center storm reports. A lot of those, some down trees across these areas from the Florida Peninsula up into portions of far southern Georgia as well through the day today. We do have a 5% of tornadoes across these areas where those tornado warnings do persist. We also have that significant damaging wind threat with 75 plus mile per hour winds with a 30% hatched area of wind across northwestern Minnesota into the Dakotas. Also that hatched 30% and 15% in some of these areas of that significant 2-inch or larger hail of that golf ball size or larger. So that is something to note as well across these areas. And then that 15% wind and hail risk can extend farther down to the south here into Nebraska, western portions of Iowa, and down to the Central Plains here as well with those slight and marginal risk zones. So let's see here in the chat. What about Instagram then? I don't have an Instagram. So unfortunately I don't have that, Snowy, so sorry. But yeah, you definitely should get a Twitter. Why did you quit Twitter, if I may ask? Did you just didn't like the app, or you just didn't care for it? I mean, you can add me on Twitter. If you get a new Twitter handle, I definitely would be interested in talking, kind of getting in touch more. That would be pretty interesting. Talking more weather stuff if you're interested in that, as you are on the photography side of things. So that is pretty cool. I like that. you take any cool pictures of stuff in Canada, I definitely would love to see that. Canada's very beautiful up in Ontario there, so do appreciate that, Snowies. If you can get a Twitter page or some way to send those, that would be pretty cool. I want to see what Canada looks like up there. You got a lot of colorful trees and stuff. I'd love to go up to that into Canada and Toronto and all that eventually, but stuck down here in northern Illinois for the time being. So I'm going to get a quick drink of water here and a quick snack. When I come back, I will be relaying more of the warnings here, and I'll kind of put the radar in play here for you guys to kind of give you a little bit of, to show you what is going on here. This is kind of a slower loop, but this is going to show you kind of what the radar has looked like over the past few hours, and this will kind of go through, to the nowcast. And I'll be right back here in just a few minutes, after I get a drink here of water and a little bit of a snack here, and we'll cover more severe thunderstorm watches, warnings, and tornado warnings, and all that. So I'll be right back, everybody. Give me just a few minutes, and I'll be right back. Hey, I'm just about back, everybody. I'm just kind of taking a quick bite to eat and giving a little bit of a drink here, and I'll be back to cover the warnings here in just 1 minute. Stay tuned, everybody. All right, everybody, I'm back. I had to get a little bit of a bite to eat and a little bit of a drink because I am starting to go hoarse right now. Not really, but I'm starting to lose a little of my voice a little bit. Been talking for a little while. I'm not going to talk as much as I did, but I'm still going to talk a little bit about these warnings here right now. So let's go back to the radar, the old famous weather station radar that I had. I will have radar Omega eventually. It will work, but I will get back to that here in a moment. Severe thunderstorm warning, a new warning for portions here of the Crookston, Minnesota area, Mayville, South Dakota, and it is crossing Interstate 29 here in eastern South Dakota and also into eastern North Dakota in the Grand Forks area. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail. So the winds have come down a little bit on the gust front of the storm, but still some strong damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, maybe 65-mile-per-hour winds with this and nickel-size hail. This is until 7:15 Central Daylight Time. These areas include Merrifield and Grand Forks around 6:15 Central Daylight Time, and Thompson around 6:20. Other locations in the path of these storms include Blabon, Bygland, and Hope. So if you live in these areas, and also Interstate 29 between mile markers 99 and 136, definitely be on the lookout for some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail with these storms here as well. Moving on up here to the north, we still got that tornado warning. It has dropped out of weather spotter confirmed status. It is now a radar indicated tornado warned storm right now. At 6:06 Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Emirado, or 13 miles west of Grand Forks proper, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So this storm is moving due east at 30 miles per hour right now. It is radar indicated tornado, but still, even though it is a radar-indicated tornado, this storm does have a history of producing a potentially strong, longer track tornado here from earlier today. So that is definitely something to watch out for as these storms push toward the Grand Forks area, as we still have a little bit of a notch here within the storm, and we still have a little bit of an inflow notch. So there still could be some inflow into the storm that could spin up another tornado along the leading edge of this gust front with this big old MCS squall line pushing through right now. And then including the Grand Forks area up toward Warren, Alvarado, Fordville, we got this big old backward C-shape system right now. And this is for a destructive severe thunderstorm warning tag here. This goes until 6:30 for the next 10 minutes, 6:30 Central Daylight Time. This is for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping-pong ball size hail. So definitely here's some dangerous severe thunderstorms with this coming in toward the Grand Forks area, Warren, Alvarado here into portions of Minnesota. Then back off to the west, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning continuing as another kind of squall line or backward C-type cluster of storms starts to evolve across portions of central North Dakota. Severe thunderstorm warning here at 6:02. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near McCluskey to near Goodrich to 6 miles southeast of Herdsfield, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So these storms are moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail is definitely a possibility with these storms. These storms are already going to be moving into the Fessenden area around 6:40, so about 19 to 20 minutes away from there. Also here into the Hoffer Lake area, Cheyenne Lake, Manfred, Chaseley, Denhoff, Emmerich, Heaton, and Bowden. If you live in those areas, definitely could have some inch and a quarter hail up to half-dollar size, and also that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust threat as well with those storms. We do have more severe thunderstorm warnings down to the south here across portions of central South Dakota as well that I want to get to. We got a little bit of a line segment developing here around the Gettysburg area and east of Eagle Butte. We have ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts a possibility with the storm. This goes in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time, or 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and 6:15 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time for portions here of western Sully County, southwestern Potter County, northwestern Stanley County, and southeastern Dewey County, and portions of South Dakota and central South Dakota for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Another severe thunderstorm warning here. The storm that did go below severe limits has re-strengthened to another severe warning east of Pierre, South Dakota. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, so that 1-inch hail, the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The severe thunderstorm was located near Rousseau, or 10 miles east of Pierre, South Dakota, and it is moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour here and is capable, again, of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here and quarter-size hail as the storms kind of push on through. And then farther to the south here near the Mission area, we have another 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail type storm. A severe thunderstorm warning was located 5 miles northeast of Wood, South Dakota, or 15 miles east of White River. This storm is also moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard is 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with this storm as well. Other locations impacted include like the Wood area, the Buck Creek area, into portions here of South Dakota. So do be on the lookout for those storms as well. And then as we look farther to the south here along the Colorado-Kansas border, right along the border there, just west and southwest of Goodland, Kansas, and east-southeast here of the Burlington area in Colorado, a small cell but producing ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. A severe thunderstorm was located 14 miles south of Colorado, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour, so a slower moving storm, also impacting the Rulton area. For ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts there as well. For southeastern Carson County, northwestern Wallace County, and southwestern Sherman counties there as well into the Colorado and Kansas area. And then we have another lone supercell developing, a couple supercells developing here into portions here of the panhandle of Oklahoma near the Arthur area. A severe thunderstorm was located over Arthur, moving east at 15 miles per hour. This is for $half size hail with this storm here, and we could have some damage to vehicles potentially. This includes Arthur, Haythorne Lake, Bucktail Lake, Lena, also 3 Mile Lake, and Bucktail and Calora. So if you live in these areas, along Highway 61 between mile markers 115 and 130, and Highway 92 between mile markers 165 and 178, there could be some damaging storms there as well. And then it looks like the severe thunderstorm warnings into Wyoming have been allowed to be canceled or expired, so that is some good news for those areas in the last few minutes. If anybody has any questions for me in the chat, I can answer those. I have the chat up now, so I can answer any of the questions that you guys have. Yeah, toonie size hail. Yeah, toonie size hail. Yeah, I remember that. You got me on that one last time. I didn't even know what a toonie was, but now I do. So thank you for explaining that, Snowies. So when do you get a big storm? Well, you're hoping for a big storm into, what'd you say, you live in Toronto? Is that where you live? Toronto, Canada? You'll have to let me know what city you live in Canada. I can kind of let you know, but anytime soon, you probably are kind of in that active storm track up there into southeastern Canada, so you'll probably be seeing more of the severe weather threat probably more frequently than not across those areas here moving forward. We're going to have another ridge start to develop across the southern plains and the central plains through next week toward the July 4th holiday. And then along the northern edge of that, you're probably going to see these ridge riders, as they call it, these big old MCS, mesoscale convective system, complex of storms, and they'll kind of revolve around the northern periphery of all that heat and humidity, going toward the July 4th holiday into the middle of July. The pattern looks to be pretty firm across the middle of July, as I was looking at a lot of models, and the heat will be on for the Pacific Northwest coming up this weekend, and also here into early next week, and then the heat will be back for portions of the plains and much of the U.S. as we head towards July and the middle of July once again, if you want to look longer range. So if you have any outdoor plans, you're going to have a lot of heat coming back for you as you get into that time frame. Orangeville, where's Orangeville at? Is that near Toronto? Is Orangeville near Toronto? Yeah, they jumped over me too. It seems like the northern plains, the Dakotas and Minnesota, and Nebraska especially with the big hail, they've been hit really hard this year, and really doesn't look like it's going to slow down anytime soon because they're in that active storm track. They're in that the northern end of all this heat and humidity that's been sitting across Texas and Oklahoma and Louisiana and all the northern side of this heat wave. You got all the energy you need for all the severe weather, and that's where you got all the heat and humidity for sure, and that's all the instability grows, and that's where you get all the storm action for sure. An hour north of Toronto. So let me zoom in here to see what you're talking about. An hour north of Toronto. There's a lot of smaller cities. Okay, I see Orangeville now. So yeah, Orangeville, you're high and dry right now. You're not seeing any, maybe a couple sprinkles over Toronto proper, maybe some virga, as they call it, where it's not reaching the ground. But other than that, pretty dry right now across Canada. Let's see the temperature plot for where you're at here. So it looks like you're in the upper 70s and lower 80s today, Snowy. So you're doing pretty good up there. Not a lot of heat and humidity. That's exactly where you want to be in the summer. You don't want to be too hot. You don't want to be too cool. Upper 70s and low 80s is perfect temperature there. And you got the dew points there in the 50s and 60s. So you got perfect humidity and perfect temperatures across your area. But let's get back to the warnings. Got a smattering of severe thunderstorm warnings all the way up into northwestern Minnesota as expected in that enhanced risk zone. We got that 70-mile-per-hour wind gust threat and quarter-size hail moving east at 40 miles per hour with a line of severe thunderstorms extending from near Argyle to Davidson, moving east at 40 miles per hour for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust quarter-size hail here. Key West around 6:35 Central Daylight Time. Old Mill State Park, Crookston, and Euclid. I think it's Euclid. Correct me if I'm wrong. Euclid around 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Other areas impacted: Dorothy, Gentilly, Newfoundland, Wiley, Red Lake Falls, Pearl, and Markaw into these areas here as well for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then that other warning to the south, blowing around all that dust out there. We have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail as well around these areas here of the Merrifield area, Grand Forks, Thompson, and Blabon, Bygland, and Hope areas. And this includes Interstate 29 between mile markers 99 and 136. And there's been reports of a lot of dust flying around with all these strong damaging winds along the leading edge of these storms. So there's no surprise that with these damaging winds out there, definitely some dust blowing around there. And then further to the west, we have a couple more warnings here under the Fessenden area. We have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail there. This storm's moving to the north and east at 40 miles per hour here around Fessenden here as we speak in the next 5 minutes. Cheyenne Lake, Manfred, Chaseley, Bowden, Emmerich, and Heaton. Those areas are in the path of that storm. And further to the south here, we also do have a warning for the Steele area. This does include southern Kidder County and south central North Dakota until 7:15 Central Daylight Time. The severe thunderstorm was located over Steele, and this is for North Dakota, Steele, North Dakota, moving due east at 30 miles per hour, and the hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail for your area as well. You used to have decent storm. What, you mean this year? You used to have storms this year? You had a lot of storms? I knew you got, Montreal got hit pretty hard, I think like a week ago. They had some big hail and a lot of wind there, and maybe even a tornado too. I wouldn't have been surprised. I mean, there's a lot of damage coming out of Montreal from a week ago with those storms. Oh, you love the real high heat, don't you, Snowy? Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to look at the longer range guidance. We'll do that here shortly if you want. We can look at the longer range guidance and kind of dissect what the longer range pattern looks like for the U.S. and southeastern and southern Canada here moving forward here once we go through these warnings in Nebraska and Colorado and Kansas here. We got half-dollar size hail across eastern Arthur County and west central Nebraska near the Panhandle of Nebraska here for Arthur, Haythorne Lake, Bucktail Lake, Lena, 3 Mile Lake, Bucktail, and Calora. We got half-dollar size hail here. This goes in effect till 6 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time for the next about half an hour. Farther to the south here, we have another severe thunderstorm warning for half-dollar size hail as well, moving east at 15 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm was located over Lemoyne, or 9 miles north of Ogallala, moving east at 15 miles an hour. Hail, half-dollar size there. This is impacting the Lemoyne area, Keystone, Kingsley Dam, and Big Bald Hill. So if you live in these areas, definitely some half-dollars, some quarter to half-dollar size hail potentially, and wind gusts could be up to 50 miles per hour with each of these storms into portions here of Nebraska, west central Nebraska. So let's see here. We got another severe thunderstorm that I've been watching down toward the Goodland area. We have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with the Canorado and Rulton area. This is moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. It could have some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. This is for southeastern Kit Carson County, northwestern Wallace County, and southwestern Sherman County. This goes until about, let's see, 6 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, so about the next 27 minutes for these areas here in the far eastern Colorado and far western and northwestern Kansas as well. Kind of zooming out here, looking at the big picture, we got some severe weather also up into southern Canada here into Manitoba and into portions of southwestern Ontario. Even some severe weather concerns into central Ontario as well. But we are kind of just covering the severe weather here in the northern plains and then heading into the upper Midwest here later on this evening. So that is something we'll be monitoring moving forward. So if you have any family, friends that can benefit from all these warnings, watches I do go over, and any of the model data that I'll be going over here shortly with the longer range guidance. I'm going to be going over model guidance. You're going through the July 4th holiday, kind of giving you guys a kind of preview of the July 4th holiday all across the United States from coast to coast and across southern and southeastern Canada. I'll be going over that here momentarily a couple times here within the next couple of hours to show you kind of the upcoming July 4th holiday forecast to see what you can expect for your area. So do stay tuned for that. Also, if you haven't already, do feel free to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm trying to get to 200 subscribers by here the end of June, so that will be very helpful. I do appreciate that. Also, leave any comments, questions in the chat. I'll definitely be able to go through these and answer these one by one, so definitely do that as well. Throughout the live stream. I do plan to live stream through around mid-evening, this evening at least, so to cover all these severe thunderstorm warnings. And I may go live tomorrow because we do have a severe weather threat where I live tomorrow on Saturday across northern Illinois and down through the Missouri Valley. We could have a marginal risk, maybe upgrade to a slight risk of severe weather. We'll go through that setup here tomorrow later as well, but it could be interesting there. Through my area, so we may, even if it's a lower end threat, might go for at least a couple hours for a kind of a severe weather live stream tomorrow as well, so that will be kind of cool. I'm not sure about Sunday though. Sunday does have a marginal risk for severe weather across New England and the southern Great Lakes, across Pennsylvania, New York State, and up into eastern Ohio, those type of areas, but that's a lower end threat and kind of out of my area, so I might not. I'll keep you in touch with that to see if I do that or not. But this weekend, definitely off and on, could be going live for sure. Let's go back to this radar because this is cool. You can see all the lightning strikes happening here with this kind of complex of storms moving toward the Grand Forks area with those damaging winds of 70, even some locally 80-mile-per-hour winds cannot be ruled out with some of these storms. So definitely some strong winds. And I did want to ask you, Snowies, can you hear me clearly through the mic, or am I too quiet? I hope I'm clear as a whistle because I've been talking this whole time and I haven't even asked. So if you can hear me, please comment in the chat if you can hear me clearly. But let's see. Yeah, I'm in Illinois. I live in northern Illinois. That's where I live, and we got some severe weather potentially later in the day tomorrow. Just kind of depends on all of this that unfolds upstream here into portions of the upper Midwest and how it evolves through my area. And we got morning storms moving through, and then kind of depending on the recovery of the atmosphere in the afternoon, we could have some storms later in the day. Okay. Am I clear now, though? Am I clearer now than I was before? Just let me know. I can turn it up for you. Here, I'll just turn it up now, just in case. Is that better for you? I don't want to blow your eardrums out or anything like that. But anyways, we got all this lightning up here into portions of the Dakotas, into far northwestern Minnesota, and you can see all the lightning strikes occurring with these storms. Even farther to the south, across portions of South Dakota, we definitely have some lightning strikes showing up with the strong to severe storms there. And then kind of zooming out the bigger picture here, you can see all the storms across portions of the northern plains right now, with the most lightning strikes concentrated across North Dakota and getting into northwest Minnesota, with that very strong line of storms pushing into those areas right now. So if you guys prefer me to like look over anything, if you guys want me to look at the 4th of July holiday weekend, the short range forecast, the medium, long range forecast, I can definitely go over that. Do comment in the chat if you want me to look over what to expect for the next couple weeks. I can do that as well. I can go over storm reports. I can go over the radar warnings again. I can go over, the storm prediction centers. The SPC's, severe weather outlook. The new outlook should be coming out rather soon here within the next hour or two, so I'll definitely be going over that as they do put another outlook out here pretty soon. Okay, perfect. So you can hear me clearly now. Okay, cool. Yeah, so if you are in the live stream, do remember to like my live stream as this gets it out to more and more people in the YouTube algorithm. I definitely appreciate that. And also go to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I put daily weather forecast updates out there for the most part, nearly almost every day. And I'll also be, I include long range forecasts, hurricane, tropical system type forecasts, covering heat waves, droughts, severe weather, hurricanes, all the whole 9 yards. I'll be doing that from here on out. Mostly every day here. I'll upload a video around 8 in the morning. So about 8 in the morning Central Daylight Time if you live in the US. That's when I will be uploading these long range weather forecast videos for you guys. Kind of from coast to coast. I cover all the weather from coast to coast, from the Pacific to the Atlantic to the Gulf, all the way up into Canada. And I might actually start forecasting weather for southeastern Canada as well, as I think that's kind of interesting. So I might start doing that in my videos here rather soon as well, coming up. But let's go over the short-term weather forecast, the guidance right now, what we're seeing with the HRRR model. This is a model we look at. This is the HRRR, the hyper rapid, refresh model, and this is the model that we look at for kind of the shortest term, what this could look like moving forward here through the rest of this evening. So let me put the newest run 22Z up here, and you can see the storms really start to explode through the evening hours with that squall line, maybe some embedded bowing out structures here along northwestern portions and western portions there of Minnesota. And that's where we could have that 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gust threat. And then we have some scattered supercells trying to organize into South Dakota here as we head through the evening hours. But then as we head into the overnight, we have a very strong squall line with some bow echoes developing into north central portions of Minnesota, maybe getting up into the arrowhead there of Minnesota, and then kind of a squall line back building into portions there of southwest Minnesota, eastern South Dakota, maybe northeastern Nebraska during the overnight hours. And this will really start to take shape here into the early Saturday morning time frame, kind of gradually turning to more of a heavy rain threat by that time frame as we head into portions of Minnesota, into northwest Iowa. And then as I switch the regions out here, we do have a warm front that'll be developing and pushing to the east across portions of Iowa into west central Illinois as we head into the morning hours on Saturday. And this is what I was talking about for tomorrow. We have a heavy rain threat that could set up across these areas, which would be some beneficial news that here the Climate Prediction Center has recently shown that this area here in the Illinois Valley and southward towards the western Tennessee Valley is going to be developing another drought. So there's some good news. Some of these areas do get some nice soaking rains tomorrow morning. And then with this warm front pushing through, depending on how the atmosphere destabilizes in between the morning and afternoon and evening storms, will determine whether or not there will be severe weather tomorrow afternoon across portions here of the western Great Lakes or not. And I'll cover that here in just one moment. But I did want to go over the threat here for today. So let's switch it back up here to the Dakotas. And this is kind of, once again, the radar kind of rendition. I'll put this through the loop here. I'll actually slow this. Can I slow this down? Yeah, slow this down for you guys, and you can see here how this transpires into kind of a squall line through the evening hours into the eastern Dakotas and through much of Minnesota, and then kind of moving into western and northwestern Wisconsin with time. And then we have that warm frontal stuff that will start to develop across Iowa with that heavy rain, some gusty winds and small hail. Nothing too big down into Iowa. They're only under a marginal risk, but can't rule out a few isolated severe storms here with all the heating occurring overnight, all the humidity in play. Yeah, Snowies, I might cover Canada as well. I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to probably be doing that more frequently, probably here coming up. I'm kind of expanding my reach from the U.S. to Canada, probably at least if I'm doing Canada, probably more of southern Canada, like Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec, all those areas. Probably going to be covering the weather rather soon, maybe even starting next week. I'll have to think about that. I mean, that's a lot of puzzle pieces to put together to cover the U.S. and Canada, but I'll definitely be able to cover that for sure as well. And let's kind of look here at something else. Let's see. Convective. Let's go to the Cape. This is the instability that I've been talking about, where all these storms are going to have all the energy. We have in the grays and the whites here, we have instability. It's showing on the HRRR of 6,400 joules per kilogram on this model across southeastern North Dakota. Untapped air right now, and this will continue to kind of shift its way to the east across Minnesota during the evening hours. And then we'll have instability in the greens here, the yellows, and even the reds, kind of 2,000 to 3,000, maybe 4,000 joules per kilogram in the overnight hours still as we head through the evening. And then we have some instability with that warm front to the south across eastern Nebraska into Iowa here, especially western and central Iowa toward the Des Moines area, Storm Lake, Sioux City, back towards Lincoln, Omaha. These areas could be impacted by some stronger storms with all this instability, showing about 3,800 joules per kilogram overnight for the Cape. Some pretty high values for this time, this time of year. Not uncommon, but let's kind of look at the supercell composite where we saw those tornado warnings earlier today. We did have these reds. This is showing some higher values on the chart, 7s to 10s on the supercell composite. So that is pretty interesting. And the significant tornado parameter, we could have had a stronger tornado. The National Weather Service up here in the North Dakota, eastern North Dakota area will be, relaying the damage reports back to the themselves and the Storm Prediction Center, kind of going out and do damage surveys through tomorrow. We did have at least a couple of tornado touchdowns across eastern North Dakota today, across some of these areas. So definitely have to watch that on the next day or so to see how that all goes. But look at these echo tops. I mean, these tops of these storms overnight tonight could be very tall. We could have storms approaching 60,000 feet along portions of the squall line as we head through the evening hours here into the overnight hours. We're seeing about 51,000 foot tops here at the tallest I'm seeing potentially here along this line, but I wouldn't be surprised to see even some 55,000 foot tall tops or 60,000 foot tops potentially in localized spots along the squall line here into the overnight hours. So that is some dangerous storms. Once you get up above about 50,000 feet, that is usually where you definitely start seeing those, large hailstones of up to about 2 inches or so in diameter. You really get those strong updrafts. You get a good rush of wind down from these storms, 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts, and definitely could do some damage there as well. And then as we head through the evening hours, we'll start to see that warm front come back into play. We could have some tall tops down here as well, so can't discount some elevated type hail, some elevated type hailers across portions of the Iowa area. And let's kind of switch this over here. And you can see some elevated hailers potentially with those taller tops across portions of Iowa, west central Illinois, as we head into that, the morning hours on your Saturday. And then I'll kind of move off to the east, and we'll start to see the main storm activity start to weaken during the morning hours, mainly turn more to, showery activity as well. I know I keep bouncing around, but let's look at how much precipitation you can expect here across the Dakotas and Minnesota here through the evening hours. Once the squall line pushes through, you could expect several inches of rain, especially across these areas with the big old, squall line pushing through up into north central Minnesota, around portions here of the Arrowhead, down towards just north and west of Minneapolis, St. Paul areas. You could see upwards of 2 inches of rain, maybe localized amounts up to 3 or 4 inches. So wouldn't be surprised to even see some flash flood warnings here as well. So that is interesting. And then looking down here to the south along the warm front here, maybe some heavier rains as well with some stronger storms up to around 1.5 inches, maybe localized 2 inches along that warm front during the morning hours tomorrow across portions of Iowa, getting into western Illinois there. So that will be interesting to see if we have some flash flood warnings across those areas as well. Now, I did see in the chat that you did want to talk about the 4th of July holiday forecast, so let's do so right now. let's kind of look back at the radar real quick just to see if there's any tornado warnings or anything major going on that we need to talk about here. Real quick before we get into that, let's click on a couple of these warnings. We got a severe thunderstorm warning for Grand Forks here. This is for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and at 6:20 Central Daylight Time, a 62-mile-per-hour wind gust was actually reported 4 miles northwest of the city of Grand Forks in that area. So that had a history of producing damaging straight-line winds in that area already. And then down toward the Mayville area, we do have another warning here. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail. This is pushing to the south and east here gradually with time. And this is as south and east at 25 miles per hour. At 6 o'clock Central Daylight Time, a 54-mile-per-hour wind gust was reported 6 miles southeast of Kempton prior to the arrival of the storms, and that's probably due to the outflow here. We got some strong outflow boundaries here setting up just ahead of the main gust front of these storms, and definitely could see some very strong straight line winds even from an outflow boundary of a storm that it was originally producing 70 to 80 mile per hour winds originally anyway. And then to the south and west, you're definitely seeing some threat for some more damaging winds and hail with that 60 mile per hour wind gust threat, that $half size hail threat as well. And then down toward the Jamestown area and then toward the Steele area as well. 60 mile per hour wind gust, quarter size hail down there as well into North Dakota and the Steele area. This is all east of Bismarck, and this is heading toward the Fargo area. And then heading down into South Dakota, just north of Pierre, we have 2 warnings. One warning here for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and $half size hail. This is actually trained weather spotters have confirmed that we've already seen at least $half size hail and at least 60 mile per hour wind gusts here being confirmed here near the Swiftbird area, Swiftbird Day School and Whitlocks Bay recreational area. This is approximately 7 miles south of Mission Ridge, and it is moving to the east at 15 miles per hour. And then the other warning to the east here with a much stronger core here, which does indicate a stronger hail core within the storm here. Then that's why they have golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts here, the threat for these storms as we head through the next, let's see, when does this expire? 7:30, so the next about 40 minutes. At 6:46 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Cottonwood Lake, near Agar, or 10 miles northeast of Oneida, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. And again, golf ball size hail, that 2-inch size hail potential, and that 60 mile per hour wind gust threat is possible as well with that storm. And that is around the Oneida area, and then getting up toward Gettysburg and up toward the Fulton area here eventually as well, and just to the north and east of Pierre, South Dakota. Then moving down here to the south into west central Nebraska towards the panhandle of Nebraska. A couple more warnings here as well for quarter size hail with that storm near the Arthur area and southward just north of Ogallala and north and west of west and northwest of North Platte. We have quarter size hail there as well. These are moving slowly to the east here. Not a lot of wind shear in this environment, so the storms are going to be very slow moving until that stronger low level jet really starts to punch right into these storms as we head later into the afternoon hours. And it does look like the storms here that we're in portions of far eastern Colorado, far western Kansas, and far northwest Kansas have kind of collapsed under severe limits, but those still need to be monitored. Still watching that storm down here towards just northwest of Winter and northeast of Mission here into kind of a rural area just west of Ideal and South Dakota. Watching for maybe a warning there, maybe a warning just northwest of Martin. We'll have to see if that strengthens here, above to severe limits. We'll have to see if that is the case. But those are the warnings right now across the northern plains and the central plains here that I wanted to get to. And we also have more warnings down here in Florida. With any interests into portions of west central Georgia, we have some severe thunderstorm warnings here as well. We'll go over these real quick. At 7:41 Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located over Big Springs, or 8 miles southeast of LaGrange, moving southwest at 5 miles per hour. So it's moving to the south and west towards the Auburn area, but very slowly here, very slowly, just south of LaGrange. Going to be moving into the Interstate 185 and Interstate 85 corridor here, interchange.
where we could have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with that storm. Farther to the southeast, the stronger hail core with this storm, and that's why they could have a little bit stronger of a storm system with a stronger updraft. And like I said, these bigger storm cells, you could have that stronger hail core, and therefore the hazard for this one is for golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour straight line wind gusts. At 7:26 Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located over Clearview or near Oglethorpe, moving southwest at 15 miles per hour, and was radar indicated to produce golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here with this storm as well. This is for Americus, Montezuma, and portions of these areas here. Andersonville, right under that hail core. So if you're in Andersonville, you might have some ping pong ball, the golf ball size hail with this storm as it moves to the south and west toward Americus here, eventually here into Georgia. So these are the warnings into west central Georgia. And then looking farther south into Florida, where that marginal risk extends here, we do have a generalized some rain showers, some thunderstorms. Most of Florida getting some rainfall here across this zone here from Tallahassee towards Jacksonville, down through the Orlando Universal Studios area, getting down towards Tampa Bay, maybe some scattered showers and storms just west of Palm Beach and Port St. Lucie, and then a couple cells just west of Miami Beach, Fort Lauderdale, but for the most part, Fort Myers down toward Naples, Florida, where I used to live, and down towards Key West, pretty quiet, and then the Panhandle for the most part of Florida, besides the Tallahassee area, is pretty quiet as well. If you live in Panama City, Apalachicola, Pensacola, Mobile, all these areas are pretty quiet right now. So let's go. I know I've been saying this forever. Let's go to the guidance and let's talk about the July 4th forecast here, looking forward. So looking forward here, let's see. This is a model we call tropical tidbits. And this is what I like to use for basically looking at the medium range, or the short range, the medium range, and the longer range forecasts. And there's a lot of different models on here. There's global models. There's ensembles to the global models, which is kind of if any of the errors of the GFS, the Canadian, the GEM model, the ICON, the Japanese JMA, the European, if any of them here have errors, they will run it again, and that's where you have the ensemble. And then you have the mesoscale models. These are the thunderstorm models, or what they call CAMs, convective allowing models that are kind of better at identifying where thunderstorms and more of mesoscale details will kind of evolve. So the North American model, the HRRR hyper rapid refresh model, the FV3 high res. I also like the ARWs here as well as the GEM and the RDPS as well. And then there's climate forecasting models as well that you look for as well. So we'll kind of go through each of these and kind of show you what we're going to expect through the next week or so going toward the July 4th holiday. So let's look first at the climate model here. This is the CFS, or the Climate Forecasting Systems model, V2, and this is kind of giving you an idea of what to expect here heading into towards the opening days of July. So this is before July 4th. And you can see the thermodynamics here. The anomalies of the temperatures. We got a much above normal temperatures across the deep south during this period, and then we got that heat wave that I was talking about extending up the west coast into portions of Washington, Oregon, and this is going to go all the way through here from today all the way through July 1st time frame, and then where we have these shortwave troughs with the cooler weather up across portions of the northern plains, dropping down into the monsoon areas into New Mexico, Colorado. You can expect some cooler weather. And then where we have some storms and some stationary boundaries and stuff, we have some, near normal cooler weather. But if we're looking at the July 4th weekend, the Climate Forecasting Systems model right now, and it's been consistent the last few days that I've been looking at this, has actually been favoring another heat wave with another high pressure centered across the deep south into the southeast with a very large ring of high pressure around the northern periphery. So you have all that heat and humidity for the July 4th weekend. This is from July 1st through July 8th, and you can expect a lot of hot temperatures across the Tennessee Valley, down through the Dixie Alley here into the deep south, all the way up through the Ohio Valley, and yes, yes for snowies even into portions here of Ontario. So you could definitely have some warmer weather across Ontario. Now, will it be blistering heat? Probably not. You'll probably be on the northern periphery of all this, but the real blistering and sweltering conditions will probably be centered across portions of the Tennessee Valley and down through portions here of the deep south. And then with these shortwave troughs coming in, we'll probably have cooler weather as well. So that'll be something to watch. And I'll give you a little bit of a tease as we head towards the middle of July, July 8th through the 15th. This model is, forecasting above normal temperatures moving up into Canada. So even if into Ontario, into much of southern and central Canada, the Pacific Northwest will start to heat up as well. And then even into the Baja of California, where we have most of the country in general, really by this time frame, will really start to heat up. So as you head towards that July 4th holiday here, we'll back it up. July 4th, we have that high pressure system probably centered somewhere across the southeastern U.S. into the southern plains, so Texas on over towards Tennessee, the Ohio Valley, the Northeast. You'll have kind of a line of some very sweltering, blistering heat. And then to the north, where we have that active storm track across the northern plains, go figure, across the areas that have the severe weather today, we definitely have more severe weather chances potentially heading into the July 4th weekend across the northern plains and upper Midwest. And then the high pressure will just dominate across most of the U.S. and Canada going in towards that July 4th holiday and afterwards toward the middle of July for a little tease there. So the Pacific Northwest, that's been wanting the warmer weather. Snowies up here into Ontario, that's been wanting the warm weather. You're definitely going to get some, especially as you head into the month of July, especially towards the middle of July, and that is favorable for Canada. So that is something to watch. Now let's look at the precipitation here, because this is always important as well. Let's back it up here to today. We got the high pressure system here to today, all the way through the opening day or so of July. And see where we have all the severe weather today. This is the climate forecasting model here did nail it with above normal precipitation here, with a kind of a line of storms pushing through the eastern Dakotas into portions here of Minnesota. And then underneath that high pressure, you don't have a lot of, rising air. You have a lot of air that's suppressed, a lot of sinking air, so you don't get a lot of precipitation. And then the Gulf is shut off for tropical activity here, at least for the first week or the first day or so here of July. But that monsoon season will continue across portions here of New Mexico, Colorado, and really just the Four Corners region during that period as well. And then looking forward towards the July 4th weekend, with that high pressure system centered across the southeast and deep south from Texas to the Tennessee Valley and on up toward the Ohio Valley northeast, along the northern periphery of that here, we have all that instability building. We have all that, energy building in the atmosphere, and that's where we have that active storm track here, generally from the Dakotas down through Nebraska, northern Kansas, potentially as far south as northern Kansas, getting over towards the western Great Lakes, the central Great Lakes. And this could be concerning along the northern edge of this, as this time of year we could have derechos. We could have potentially complexes of storms that could turn into derechos, or just lines of storms that could just be like squall lines pushing through. That could produce some severe weather during this time frame as well. So definitely something to watch. And then, like I said, a little teaser going toward the middle of the month. Most of the country, even into Canada, will see a lot of a lot of drier weather with the suppression of all of this high pressure systems moving through, a lot of that heat. And it looks like the tropics will become very active down to the Gulf, along the Gulf, the Gulf Coast here from Florida, all up the East Coast from the Carolinas into portions here of the Mid-Atlantic coast as well, going in towards that 15th time frame of July as well. So that's a sneak peek at that model. Now let's look at the global models, and this is kind of what we look at a little further as to see what the pattern will look like toward the July 4th holiday. So looking at July 4th holiday, we got the storms today, tomorrow, and then all the way toward the July 4th. Pretty quiet as we head to early next week. We got a big cool down expected across the northern plains into portions of the country here around the Great Lakes, the mid-Missouri Valley. So some refreshing air, so snowies, even into Ontario, you're going to have some cooler weather here, relatively speaking. You'll have 60s and 70s returning for highs, lows in the 50s and 40s potentially. But then as we head into the middle of next week, we'll start to have a pattern shift, and we'll have these big systems start to come in with these big cold fronts come in again. And this is where we could have stronger jet stream to support some stronger complexes of storms for that July 4th holiday. And that will continue for July 4th. So we really got to watch with these very potent, like Roy mentioned sometimes from from Powell Ponder on Weather. He likes to say these kinks in the hose, if you will. I don't want to quote him on that. Because that's his term, but kind of these little kinks in the in the jet stream where we have 120 knots worth of winds across these areas, and you have a lot of instability growing. This is where you can expect the strong storms, as we have that high pressure center to the south, the cooler weather up north, relatively speaking, the heat off to the portions here with a little bit of a blocking pattern into the Pacific Northwest. And right in between there, we could have some active weather for that 4th of July period. So that is something to watch. So that is kind of a little bit of a preview of what to look for and what we're looking at here. And like I said, I don't think the Storm Prediction Center did update their outlook, but we'll look at the outlook again. That enhanced risk of severe weather is occurring across the the northwestern Minnesota into the eastern Dakotas here, especially into eastern North Dakota, northeastern South Dakota, with that slight risk extending farther to the south, and that marginal risk extending toward the north central Rockies, and then the marginal risk with some rain showers and storms popping up into portions of Georgia. Interestingly, there's severe thunderstorm warnings even in the general thunderstorm risk area into west central Georgia right now. So that is interesting as well. So let's go back to this radar here. And let's look at the radar right now. We have a lot of lightning here, where you see that lightning exploding right now here with the whites popping up here around the Grand Forks area. That's where the lightning is occurring right now. It's pretty decent lightning here as we zoom in even further around Grand Forks. Really nasty storm coming into the Warren area and toward the Thief River Falls, Middle River, down toward Red Lake Falls into northwestern Minnesota there. Probably some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts definitely coming into those areas right now. And then we have a little bit of back building into portions of North Dakota here towards, Jamestown, Hillsboro, kind of making it, eventually gradually making its way down toward Fargo with time here in Lisbon, Fergus Falls. All these areas will be impacted by these storms as we head into the middle and late evening hours. So do be on guard if you live in Fargo, because it's quiet now. It won't stay that way the next few hours. So anybody that's watching, do subscribe to my YouTube channel. I do appreciate that. I'm trying to get to 200 YouTube subscribers by the end of June here, by June 30th. So I do appreciate that. Do let family and friends know that I will be doing more of these live streams for severe weather coverage on mainly the bigger severe weather days, but I will be doing some slight risk days along the way, and even that marginal risk tomorrow as it's kind of closer to my area as I live in northern Illinois. I'll be under the gun for some severe weather tomorrow. I'm interested to see if the Storm Prediction Center upgrades to a slight risk for tomorrow's outlook. That doesn't come out till 1 in the morning, so I won't know. I'll update you with my videos in the morning. I do provide you with, on my YouTube channel, with daily weather forecast videos and longer range forecasts and all that stuff, tropical weather, droughts, all that stuff, severe weather, all that stuff here on my videos. And they will be published each morning, mostly each morning at 8 in the morning. So you'll definitely be able to watch those. And then I'll go live later in the day if it warrants it for that severe weather. So let's go back to the radar. Let's go back to the main radar right now. And let's see what warnings we got out there. And let's dissect these once again, as I'm sure we've got more warnings. We got the squall line developing here and continuing to propagate into portions of northwestern Minnesota. We got a severe thunderstorm warning here with 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Okay, so this is very dangerous, everybody. This is a destructive tag. We had at 6:46 p.m. an 88-mile-per-hour wind gust was reported 7 miles north of East Grand Forks here, just into far eastern North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota. And the hazard tag is for 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail. And this is for Warren, Radium, and Old Mill State Park. So if you live in these areas, some very strong wind gusts and life-threatening, damaging winds across these areas. These storms will be near Old Mill State Park around 6:50 Central Daylight Time, so they've already passed through your area. Other locations, Dorothy, Gentilly, Newfolden, Wiley, Red Lake Falls, Peralt, and Marcau across these areas. This includes Interstate 29 between mile markers 162 and 174. We have 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts here, the threat with these storms, and we had an 88-mile-per-hour wind gust reported 7 miles north of East Grand Forks here just minutes ago. So that is very intense. And a lot of times when you see these very strong, backward C shapes, that's where you have the leading edge of these storms producing that very damaging winds that could be over 70, even 80 miles an hour at times. And that's exactly what we've seen. We've seen a reported confirmed wind gust of 88 miles per hour across northwestern Minnesota just now. So that is very impressive. And this could be, capable of producing winds around 90 miles per hour just now around the Thief Rivers Falls area, Red Lake Falls here. So if you have family members that live in Red Lake Falls, Thief River Falls, and then eventually over toward the Foston area with time, or Gregla, these storms are definitely going to be packing quite a punch here along the leading edge. So you definitely want to be on guard for that. The warning farther to the south here, that's for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, nickel-size hail here. A little bit more linear, not as much of a backward C shape with this, but still 70-mile-per-hour here wind gusts are nothing to laugh at. That is some pretty strong winds. That could uproot some trees, brings down some large tree branches. At 6:59 p.m. Central Daylight Time, about 10 minutes ago, severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from Eldred to Colgate, moving southeast to 25 miles an hour. And again, these will be near Eldred, Climax, and Greenview. This includes Interstate 29 between mile markers 99 and 136. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings, and expect considerable tree damage with these 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. With these storms here, this includes the Mayville area, getting down to Crookston, and then kind of zooming in more here toward the Hillsboro area, right along I-29 here into eastern South Dakota, and then portions of North Dakota here as well. And then let's see. That's North Dakota. So eastern portions of North Dakota here along I-29 and Mayville, Hillsboro, and getting into Climax, Buxton, and then down toward the Galesburg area, Page, Hope. All these areas could be impacted by 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And if you live in Foston, Fertile, Ada, Twin Valley, Halstead, Arthur, all these areas, and then eventually down toward the Fargo area, another major population hub here into North Dakota, definitely could be talking about some 70-mile-per-hour plus wind gusts as this storm does start to get a little bit stronger, potentially with a stronger low-level jet pushing in during the overnight hours. A new warning has just come out. 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts, half-dollar size hail. This goes in effect for another 50 minutes until 8 o'clock. This is for Marshall County, Red Lake County, Northern Polk County, Southern Kitson County, Western Rousseau County, Pennington County, and Northeastern Walsh County in North Dakota and Minnesota here for 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. Crookston here right now at 7:10, you're seeing that 90-mile-per-hour wind gust potential in Crookston right now. Robin and Euclid around 7:20 in the next 10 minutes. You can expect these damaging 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts potentially to come into your area. This includes Interstate 29 between mile markers 168 and 184 near Huat. I think it's Hot or Huat, Dorothy, and Donaldson. So these areas are all being affected by some life-threatening straight-line winds. So definitely want to go the lowest, most interior room. 90-mile-per-hour winds is just like an EF0 or EF1 strength tornado-type wind gusts. So these are straight-line winds. They could do even more damage than a tornado in a more widespread mode. So definitely want to heed these warnings across these areas. Let's kind of drop back to the southwest here towards Bismarck. We have a couple more warnings down here. We have quarter-size hail moving northeast at 35 miles per hour near Cooperstown. Farther to the southwest, just to the northwest of Jamestown, we got a warning for ping-pong ball-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. And then another smaller warning back towards just east of Steele here that'll probably be expired, and it is. And then here farther to the south into South Dakota, we have some more warnings here for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some quarter-size hail being impacted there as well. So some pretty strong storms pushing down into South Dakota. And then just to the north of here, we have some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Another new warning here with a decent hail core. I wonder if this does have a decent hail core. Just looking at it on radar with those whites showing up, and you have golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here near the Hot Springs area, or 4 miles southeast of Fairburn. And this is moving east at 30 miles per hour into portions of South Dakota as well. Now down into Nebraska, a couple more storms. We got a quarter-size hail into portions there of Arthur area, just to the east of Arthur in Nebraska, and to the north of Ogallala here in into west central Nebraska with quarter-size hail with slower moving storms to the east at 10 miles per hour. We have a lot less wind shear in these areas, so these storms will start moving a little bit slower. These are generally to the north of I-80 here in Nebraska. And those warnings farther to the south here into portions of eastern Colorado and far northwestern Kansas have been allowed to expire. They're not as strong. We could still have some stronger storms here along the Nebraska-South Dakota border as well. But the main show right now is the 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts across portions here of the Grand Forks area, getting into the Red Lake Falls, Thief River Falls area here into northwestern Minnesota, where we could have life-threatening wind gusts of 90 miles per hour. So if you have any family members that live up in this area, do make sure they tune into this live stream, because this is a dangerous situation here, as I'll be covering this here over the next couple of hours for some very damaging thunderstorms that can be producing some straight-line winds over 80, even 90 miles per hour here. That here short right now and in short order as they get into portions of northwestern Minnesota. So if any of you guys have any questions in the chat, I can definitely answer those. And it looks like my mic is going in and out. Is it still doing that, or am I clear as a whistle again? I know it goes in and out. I'm kind of in an unfavorable spot in my house for doing a live stream, but you know. Let's see here. Yeah, we got a big bow echo. Just really, I mean, like we said, wake low might be developing, like I was talking about. It almost makes its own low pressure system across northwestern Minnesota, and it just really just kind of makes its own weather, really. It's almost its own cold front. It is along the cold front, but it makes its own weather almost sometimes, and you definitely could have some enhanced wind shear, and that's why we're seeing the 90-mile-per-hour winds across these areas, because we got a potential wake low starting to develop, and when those develop, you usually see enhanced wind shear, enhanced low-level speed shear, and you definitely have a lot of those stronger winds reaching the surface, and that is what's occurring right now. I'm going in and out right now. Is it the radar? Oh, something's clicking. Okay. My bad. I didn't realize. Is the clicking gone now? Okay, let me see if I can fix real quick my audio again. Okay, so is my audio better? Is it clearer now? If my audio is clearer, say yes. If you can hear me clearly without going in and out, just say yes in the chat. But anyways, like I was saying, we have that backward wake low starting to develop with a big squall line organizing into eastern North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota. And that is that for right now. So let's put the warnings back up here. Yeah, we got the big old warnings. This is heading down toward the Fargo area here with the 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and that nickel-size hail. Oh, right. Yeah, every lightning strike, I forgot that radar does do the clicking sound. If it annoys you, I won't go back to that. I'll just try to stay on this radar. But I did think it was kind of cool to see the lightning strikes on that one, because this one doesn't. I mean, it shows lightning. I think it does show the lightning on this one. So I guess I could just use this one. But the other one shows real-time lightning, so it shows it when it flashes. But I could still show the lightning summary on this radar too. So. Okay, so yes, you can hear me more clearly. Okay, thank you. I think the clicking sound made my mic go in and out. I think that was the issue. So I'm going to put this into motion here real quick and get a quick drink and a quick little bite to eat real quick once again. I'll put this into motion. I'm actually going to try and go back to the other radar I said I wouldn't go to. I'll take the lightning off there if I can. Bear with me. I know you can hear the lightning strikes. I'm going to try and take that off here so you can't hear that stuff. Or I could just put... Let's see how cool this looks. That doesn't work. Yeah, the lightning strikes are a little bit of a bummer. I know they make a lot of. If the lightning strikes are really loud, I can just keep it on satellite. But if you want to see the radar in loop, I can put it in loop right now. Well, the only thing you're just gonna hear the lightning strikes like crazy though. If it didn't bother you, you can put it back up. Here, I'll put it in loop. Okay, when I put it in loop, it shouldn't do that. So I'm gonna get a quick drink and a quick bite to eat real quick, and then I'll be right back to kind of go over more of these warnings again and kind of go over the HRRR to see what we can expect the rest of the evening in Minnesota. I'll be right back, everybody. I'll be back here in just one moment. I'm just still getting a bite to eat and getting a drink, and I'll be right back. We'll go over the HRRR and a couple other models to see what we're expecting here for Minnesota and the rest of tonight. And we'll go back over all the warnings here to get you caught up with all the warnings. I'll be back here in just one moment. Hang tight, everybody. All right, everybody, so I'm back, and I am going to look over some of the radar warnings right now, and I will be also looking at the warnings right now, and also looking at the model the forecast going through the rest of this evening, into the overnight hours, and into early tomorrow morning to see what we can expect. So let's go to the guidance here, and let's look at the HRRR once again. Look at a couple different models to see what we can expect. This is the rainfall we can expect here during the overnight hours tonight across Minnesota, into Iowa, and into the eastern Dakotas and northeast Nebraska. Most of the heavy rainfall will be confined with that very strong line of storms or convective, mesoscale convective system across portions of Minnesota. We can expect, inch to 3 inches of rain potentially across some of these areas. And I'll stop this. And let's see. Let's kind of put this into motion real quick to show you what the simulated reflectivity could be heading through the rest of this evening. So you can see a squall line starts to develop and pushes across Minnesota. We got a warm front coming in from Iowa and in portions of the upper Mississippi Valley, meeting up with the system overnight from the north and west, and they'll kind of merge for kind of a heavy rain threat across portions of southeastern Minnesota, north central Iowa, and western Wisconsin during the overnight hours into early Saturday morning. And where you see this bow out here across portions of Minnesota, you can definitely see that bow out here. Once it gets back into the frame, we'll kind of show you that here. Where you see these bowing out here, backward C shapes, that's where we could see those 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts like we're seeing now into the overnight hours. So definitely want to have multiple ways to receive warnings here, and also rely on some of these live streams here on YouTube, because they definitely are helpful, and they'll kind of relay the information to you as we head through the evening and overnight hours. So let's go back to the radar I've been using, the less than ideal radar, I guess you could say. My Radar Omega app is not working today for some odd reason. It's just not loading, so I got to use my local TV station's radar. And while I was away, it appears to be a new severe thunderstorm watch has been added until 3 o'clock in the morning on Saturday for portions of most of Minnesota. So this includes the St. Cloud area, Brookings, getting up towards Fargo, Duluth, and up towards portions of the International Falls there into Minnesota, Grand Rapids, Glenwood. All these areas are under the new watch box going all the way through, let's see here, going through 3 in the morning. This does include portions here of Aberdeen, getting down towards Watertown, just to the north and west of Brandon, and north and west of Yankton here, including the Huron areas, and then down towards Pierre as well. But that 3 a.m. your watch box does include St. Cloud and all these areas here into Minnesota. So this is going to go well into the overnight hours. So you do want to have multiple ways to receive warnings. So let's go through the warnings here once again. East of Grand Forks, we had some damaging straight line winds move through that area here recently. We still have a destructive tag at 7:19 here about 10 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Robin to 6 miles north of Crookston, and is moving to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. And these are destructive storms for Thief River Falls and Karlstad. This is for 90 mile per hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail, so some very extensive tree damage is possible, if not likely, with this here. Some uprooted trees, some large tree branches here being downed with this. A lot of power outages possibly resulting. We'll look at the power outage maps here in just a moment. But yeah, definitely some damaging storms here with the 90 mile per hour winds moving into the Thief Rivers area, Warren, especially along the leading edge. So Red Lake Falls, you're about to get in on it. Crookston, you're getting on it now, and then eventually getting up toward the Greigel area as well. And then farther to the south and east here, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile per hour wind gusts and nickel size hail as well. And this is for a line extending from Harold to near Caledonia to Colgate, moving east at 30 miles per hour. High wind gusts will occur prior to the arrival of these storms. So there's an outflow boundary. And if I zoom in here, this is the outflow boundary right here near the Hallstatt area, just northwest of Arthur, getting toward the Page area, and then maybe getting up toward the Fertile area as well, where we have a kind of a strong outflow boundary from these storms. And this outflow is actually keeping these storms kind of going. It's kind of keeping these storms moving along here and kind of keeping these storms alive here through the evening hours. And that is what they're going to rely on to maintain its strength. Further to the south and west, we also have another warning for portions here of northwest of Valley City. This is for half-dollar size hail, maybe some gusty winds with this, but nothing compared to what we have up into portions of northwest Minnesota. And then we have a warning behind that. That is also for quarter size hail as well for the Cooperstown area. Let's go down here to South Dakota. And let's see what we got down here. We got near the Pierre area and just north and east of you, you have a warning for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. At 7:15, a severe thunderstorm was located near Sully Lake, or 9 miles west of Oneida, and moving eastbound at 30 miles per hour for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail with that storm. It'll be around Oneida around 7:35 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live in Oneida, you're going to get some strong winds there. And then to the north here, we have a warning for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. A severe thunderstorm was located near Glenham, or 7 miles west of Selby, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour, capable of 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. This will be around Lake Hiddenwood recreational area around 7:35 within the next few minutes, and then Mound City around 7:40 here in about 9 to 10 minutes there in Central Daylight Time. And then another warning in between that for, again, 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. That is just west of Gettysburg. So a lot of warnings there in the portions of South Dakota. And then we got another warning. This is west of North Platte, kind of right along the I-80 corridor near Ogallala, for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. This at 6:27 Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Lemoyne, or 8 miles northwest of Ogallala, moving east at 20 miles per hour. So a slower moving storm. It's in a slower, a lower sheared environment. So the storms will be moving slower down into Nebraska, but still packing a punch with 60 mile per hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail in these areas as well. And then kind of extending farther to the south here, we got some more strong weather here across eastern Colorado into northwestern Kansas as well. And that here has occasionally had some warnings in those areas. So with the severe thunderstorm watch being added across Minnesota, this does include here portions of St. Cloud, Brookings, getting up toward Duluth, and then International Falls, Fargo area, Aberdeen, all these areas, Mitchell into South Dakota. These are the areas that are next in line for the severe weather. As a very strong squall line will start to get together. We got another line extending down through portions of, east of Bismarck from Jamestown down through the Huroid area, Eureka. This will probably fill in with warnings and they'll start to strengthen as we have a strong low-level jet kind of meeting up with these storms, interacting with these storms in the evening hours here in the next couple hours. So that'll really start to take off, and we'll have an east-southeastward and southeasterly propagating system of strong thunderstorms and some severe weather along the way, with some instances of embedded, significant damaging wind gusts, some significant hail, potentially over 2 inches in diameter with a 75+ mile-per-hour wind gust, and you can't rule out a spin-out tornado here as well along the leading edge of some of these storms. So if you guys have any questions in the chat, I will look at the chat here and also be able to answer those at the same time. So if you have any questions, I definitely will be able to answer those. Yeah, so there's a lot of warnings to get after here. Why is my radar? It's not working on your end? I thought it was working. Or is it you talking about when it reloads all the time? Is that what you're talking about? When the radar randomly reloads every like 5 to 10 minutes? Is that if that's what you're talking about? Yeah, I get it. It's probably something to do with that. And like I said, there it goes again. Is that what you're talking about, Snowies, where it reloads like that? Unfortunately, for all of us. But yeah, we're looking at all these warnings. We do have a new tornado warning, so I want to get to that. There's a new tornado warning right now for Minnesota. This is for far northwestern Minnesota, is radar indicated at 7:32 p.m. Central Daylight Time, just 2 minutes ago. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Old Mill State Park, or 20 miles northwest of Thief River Falls. It's moving to the northeast at 25 miles per hour, so rather slowly, but still capable of producing a tornado and quarter-size hail, maybe some damaging winds with this as well, with a good rush of wind potentially. This storm will be near Newfolden around 7:45 Central Daylight Time, so you got 10 minutes there in Newfolden before the storm moves into your area. Also, Middle River and Strathcona pretty soon here as well. This is for central Marshall County, southeastern Kittson County, and southwestern Rousseau County, and northwestern, or rather actually far northwestern Minnesota. So we got a large tornado warning in those areas. We got another storm that's moving rather quickly here. Another warning here just west of Grand Forks. This looks to go into Grand Forks or just northwest of there. This is moving very quickly. The strong low-level jet that I was talking about. This is until 8:15 Central Daylight Time. 7:32, a severe thunderstorm was located over Pekin, or 33 miles southeast of Devil's Lake, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. And we could have 60 mile per hour wind gusts with the storm. So whenever you see a storm moving at 60 miles per hour and a hazard matching that, you're probably going to see more than likely 55 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts with that storm. More likely than not, you're probably going to. Yeah, in the chat, if you like this live stream, please leave a like down at the bottom. I do appreciate that very much. Also, subscribe to my YouTube channel here, Weather on the Go. I'm trying to get to 200 subscribers. Tell friends, family about that. I'll have long-range weather forecasts every single morning, or most mornings here as well, 8 a.m. Central Daylight Time every single morning. You can have your weather forecast for you on the Weather on the Go YouTube channel. So there you go. I'll be posting a new video update for tomorrow morning regarding more severe weather and also the tropics as well, kind of talking more deeply into the tropics as we have a couple of systems we're watching into portions here of the Eastern Pacific Basin and also into portions of the Southern Atlantic Basin as well. Steering toward the Caribbean, which could be of interest for the U.S. and the Lesser Antilles here rather soon, so we'll definitely have to watch that the next few days. And I'll have an update on that in the morning here at 8 a.m. on my weather channel, on my, the Weather on the Go weather channel app here on the old YouTube. Let's see here. There's a lot of warnings going on right now. Pretty organized storms for sure. Still got that 90 mile per hour wind gust tag on that. This warning goes until 8 p.m. So the next 23 minutes for potentially 90 mile per hour winds near the Thief River Falls and Carlstead area, up towards portions there of, and also Red Lake Falls, Warren, Crookston. All these areas could have those 90 mile per hour wind gusts here right now. And within that, there's a tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado, nothing confirmed. Although we did have a couple confirmed tornadoes earlier today in eastern North Dakota before this started to take its shape into a squall line, but we still could have some spin-ups along the leading edge, so something you do not want to take lightly for sure. Definitely heed all the warnings, whether they're radar indicated, confirmed or not. Even severe thunderstorm warnings can be very dangerous because 90 mile per hour winds are just as dangerous as an EF0 or EF1 tornado, if not more dangerous, because it's more widespread than a tornado would be. More widespread damage potentially. You got flying debris even with 90 mile per hour straight line winds, so definitely heed the warnings, even if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning or not. Oh boy, let's see. South Dakota still got those quarter size, $half size hail reports. We still got some storms down west of North Platte developing into a skinny line there. Let's move on down to Florida and Georgia, see what's happening down here. We got another marginal risk. We got a pretty decent looking storm just near the Macon, Georgia area here, near Byron, Georgia. 70 mile per hour wind gusts, the main hazard, followed by ping pong ball size hail at 8:35 p.m. 8:35 Eastern Daylight Time. This was just a few minutes ago. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Carsonville to Unadilla, moving west at 15 miles per hour. So kind of a weird movement to the west at 15, but is capable of producing that 1.5 inch ping pong ball size hail and mainly that 70 mile per hour wind gust threat as well. So definitely want to heed those warnings, as 70 mile per hour winds and ping pong ball size hail can do plenty of damage, some considerable damage here across that area, just to the south and southwest of Macon, Georgia. So if you live in Byron, Georgia right now, you're definitely getting that hail core, potentially, or Fort Valley, you're definitely getting that hail core here in the Georgia area. Farther to the south in Florida, just some general showers, storms embedded with that, just some rainfall here. Stabilizing atmosphere, not probably seeing a lot of severe weather, but a decent cell off the coast here, south of Tallahassee. Maybe water spout potential with that. I doubt it, but probably the potential for some stronger winds off the coast. Pretty clear from Apalachicola to Panama City to Pensacola and Mobile, pretty clear. And then Fort Myers earlier was clear, maybe a storm to the east here near LaBelle, and then down towards Naples where I used to live, over toward Miami, pretty clear, maybe a couple showers, and then Key West pretty fine, looking pretty high and dandy and dry as well across those areas. A couple storms into eastern Tennessee, non-severe warned, and into portions of the Asheville, North Carolina area, just to your southwest, some storms there. Some renegade showers with a warm frontal boundary starting to lift northward out of Missouri. That'll be the focus for some heavier rainfall into tomorrow. But then we're back here to the severe weather in the northern plains right now. my weather app. What? Oh, you're talking about this one. This weather app. You're talking about the one that had the lightning strikes that were making the clicking noise. It wasn't working. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. So let's go over the model guidance. Let's look at the NamNIS model here. We've looked at the HRRR. Let's look at the NamNIS. This shows a pretty solid squall line as we head into the overnight hours here, all the way from southern Canada here into the Arrowhead of Minnesota, all the way down through central Minnesota, getting into eastern portions there of South Dakota and into eastern central portions there in Nebraska. Some strong damaging winds potentially with that storm as it pushes to the east. And then this will kind of transpire to the east, propagate eastward, and then we'll move the sector here to the east. And you can see all that shower storm activity gets into portions of western Wisconsin, southeastern Minnesota, and eastern and northeastern Iowa, into portions of far northwest Illinois during the early morning hours, with a kind of maybe a stronger line of showers and storms moving through during the mid to late morning hours here on your Saturday across north central Illinois into southern Wisconsin. Some smaller hail, some frequent lightning, some torrential rainfall, and maybe even some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, or maybe even 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts couldn't be ruled out there. And we'll see exactly how that acts. We'll see how this acts here for the morning and see if we have any recovery. If we have sunshine that breaks out between this here during the morning hours or into the early afternoon on your Saturday across southern Wisconsin from Milwaukee down through Rockford, Illinois, Davenport, Iowa, all the way down into central Missouri, we could be seeing some destabilization, and that will lead to more storms potentially later in the day, as we can see some stronger storms here firing up around northwestern and western Illinois during the late afternoon tomorrow, kind of forming into another MCS that kind of drops towards St. Louis and Quincy, Illinois, Hannibal, all these areas, Springfield, Illinois, down toward the Ozarks as we head into tomorrow evening, and then that'll kind of drift down into portions of the foothills of the Missouri, downstate Illinois before starting to weaken as it kind of encounters that stronger capping inversion to the south and that ridge that kind of chokes it off here to the south. So that's kind of the look at the next 12 to 36 hours or so of what to look at here over the northern plains, the western Great Lakes, and the Missouri Valley. If there's anything I haven't covered, let me know, and I will definitely do that for you here. Let's see. Let's look at another model. Let's look at the RAP model here. And actually, first, let's look at the Storm Prediction Center's outlook for tomorrow. Since we're talking about tomorrow already, we're seeing a marginal risk of severe weather extending from mainly the Illinois-Wisconsin state line through north central and western Illinois, southeastern Iowa, down through Missouri, especially around the middle Missouri Valley, and then getting down into southeastern Kansas, portions of northwestern Oklahoma, the panhandle of Oklahoma and Texas. Along a cold front, we could have some isolated strong to severe storms. That tornado risk, less than 2%, not looking at a big tornado risk tomorrow. Mainly that 5% wind and hail threat here for tomorrow from these areas from Illinois all the way down to the panhandle of Oklahoma and Texas with that cold front tomorrow afternoon. So those are the threats for tomorrow. And then even looking ahead to Sunday, we got a marginal risk on Sunday across portions of western New York State, getting down towards the Pittsburgh area into west central Pennsylvania, down towards Ohio there, into far western West Virginia, far northern Kentucky, a little sliver there of southeastern Indiana there along the cold front as well. Just mainly a 5% chance of severe weather here, probably just wind and hail. That tornado risk on Sunday doesn't seem to be all that promising as well, which is some good news for those areas. So we don't ever want tornadoes, so that is some good news for that. But some severe weather is possible for sure. Yeah, definitely go follow me on Twitter if you have Twitter. Definitely go follow me at capital H Weather 420 or Weather on the Go. It's definitely on the Twitter page. I have tried to be posting more pictures, photos, damage pictures from the storms, weather damage pictures, and more discussions, stuff like that, and also my videos that I post here on my YouTube page. Also go subscribe to that, as I'm trying to get to 200 subscribers by the end of June, so please help me out, and I do appreciate that very much if you do so. And also, I'll be doing more live streams like this more frequently through the rest of summer and into fall for more of these damaging severe weather events, especially slight risks on up. I think more of the slight risks on up. I think tomorrow's a marginal risk and it's closer to home, so I might do that tomorrow for a couple hours. Another live stream, I'll have to see. I'll let you guys know. But I definitely will do this for mainly slight risks on up, especially if it warrants a more large-scale severe weather event. So I'll definitely do that. So what's for dinner tonight, Snowies? Anything in mind? Sushi? You a sushi person? You like eating shrimp or what's the calamari, octopus, all that stuff, squid? I wasn't really a sushi person, to be honest, but I kind of fell in love with it after I ate it. So we got the tornado warning up to the north with the radar indicated tornado, radar indicated rotation, quarter size hail potentially there as well. That is moving to the north and east at 25 miles per hour. We still have the threat for destructive winds. It has come down a little bit from the 90 mile per hour winds earlier, but still 80 mile per hour winds can still be deadly. So that is very dangerous across these areas, and that's why it has a destructive tag on it. We could also have $half size hail in addition to the 80 mile per hour wind gusts. So just think about that. $half being sideways, blown sideways with those 80 mile per hour wind gusts. And this is for the line extending from near Donaldson to Dorothy, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour across northwestern portions of Minnesota. And then the system eventually starting to get closer to the Fargo area. We have high wind gusts along kind of the leading edge of the storms and also the outflow boundary. You could have 70 mile per hour wind gusts, some nickel-sized hail with this storm across those areas just north and west of Fargo right now. This includes Interstate 29 between mile marker 79 and 131, so a pretty decent stretch there along the interstate. You're not a big fan of sushi. You gotta go. Have you ever been to Florida, Snowies? Have you ever taken a vacation to Florida? It is if you like the heat, I definitely recommend either Texas or Florida, or even like Georgia, somewhere down in the deep south in the United States. You're gonna find a lot of heat down there for sure. A lot of humidity, a lot of heat, all that stuff. Stuff you love. You like the 100-degree heat? Go down to Florida. Then we got a smattering of some more cells here down toward the Eureka area into South Dakota here. This is for 60 mile per hour winds, some quarter size hail, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. West northwest of Gettysburg. We got another storm here for ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour near the Gettysburg area in South Dakota. Kind of another line segment to the south near Pierre. Just to the north and east of Pierre there, you have another trained weather spotters confirming 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. This storm is moving due east at 30 miles per hour. This is near Oneida in South Dakota. And then another warning to the south and west of there for, again, ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is near the Dakota area and just to the west of Black Pipe, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So those ping pong ball size hail, maybe golf ball with this storm system if it strengthens, and even 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So some very strong storms out there right now. And then we're still watching that storm to the west of North Platte down into the west central, Nebraska area toward the panhandle of Nebraska for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and $half size hail. This storm is near the Ogallala area, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is basically hugging Interstate 80 into west central Nebraska right now, heading towards North Platte very slowly with kind of a line starting to develop all the way down here into far eastern Colorado and the northwestern portions of Kansas right now. You have a stir fry for dinner, huh? Stir fry. I don't think I've ever had a stir fry. How good are they? How good are stir fries? You'll have to report back to me. I'll have to try it sometime. Do you make stir fry homemade, or do you get it from somewhere for like a restaurant or something from somewhere? You've been in the Texas airport And California, but not Florida. Come on, Snowies, you got to go down to Florida. If you say you like the heat like you do, I bet you'll love Florida. You should go to my old hometown, Naples, Florida. Perfect spot. Booming town, population. It's been growing ever since I've probably left there, and it's still probably growing now. And it's really built up down there. I mean, it's touristy for sure, but it's a good time. I mean, you can go on the beach. You can have there are a lot of cool restaurants on the boardwalks down there. It's pretty cool. Okay, so yeah, we still got this tornado warning to the north, and this expires at 8:15 Central Daylight Time, so within the next 25 minutes or thereabout. Then we got these dangerous 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts here to the north with that half-dollar size hail. This expires at 8 o'clock here within the next 8 minutes. This will be extended. I have all the certainty in the world that it will extend farther to the east, probably be including areas like, well, I wish I could have said that before I did that, Grygala, and into north-central portions there of Minnesota. So let's get back to that. This will include areas, probably the Bandette area, getting down towards Black Duck, Bagley, Foston, Monument, and then down towards Fargo with time, and then eventually over here into portions of Grygala and across some of the lakes here into Minnesota, Warred, Rosal. All these areas will probably be under a warning here. The next warning update, once they pull the trigger on the next warning for a severe thunderstorm warning for those areas. Homemade all the way. Huh. I bet that'll be pretty darn good. Oh, there's a big passport issue. Okay. Well, I guess you can take a vacation to Canada. I mean, Canada's pretty big. You can go to the Western Canada, and you probably, have you ever been to Vancouver? There you go. Take a vacation across Canada to Vancouver. There you go. That'll be like a vacation. I wonder how far it is from like the Toronto area to Vancouver. It's probably like a couple days drive, I would imagine. I mean, that's a pretty far drive. That's like driving from New York City to, Los Angeles. It's a long drive. So kind of looking at these warnings through here. Like I said, we got the trained weather spotters, 60-mile-per-hour gusts, quarter-size hail, just north and east of Pierre, South Dakota, near the Oneida area. This will be getting into Highmore, Miller, Fulton, probably getting down here eventually towards the Herald area, Blunt. All these areas are under that warning right now, or will be under the warning rather soon as well. Then we got the severe thunderstorm watch that continues for much of Minnesota until 3 o'clock Central Daylight Time this tomorrow morning for Saturday, with the expectation of a strong squall line to move on through. Winds that could probably be in excess of 60 or 70 miles an hour with this potentially. You could probably have some 2-inch size hail potentially along the way, maybe even a couple spin-up tornadoes potentially as well, as we do have the active tornado warning here to the north. So let's look at something else here. Let's look at the power outages for North Dakota right now. I bet the power outage is pretty extensive across the area. So we got 3,000, about 3,100 people without power into North Dakota right now, mainly focused across east central North Dakota. So definitely a lot of power outages across that area right now. Let's take a look at where that cold front is. Let's look at the satellite. Look at the tops of these storms, the echo tops. I mean, if I zoom out, the tops of these storms that have just exploded over northern and northwestern Minnesota and eastern North Dakota today, you can see the anvil already all the way up into central Manitoba and western Ontario right now from these storms mainly across portions of Minnesota and North Dakota. The anvil goes all the way up to the Barrens River area into Manitoba, Slate Falls into portions of Ontario. That is just incredible. And even the anvils here to the south, you can see across South Dakota, spreading into southwestern Minnesota, down through portions here in Nebraska and Kansas as well, with some stronger tops as well, indicative of all that moisture being, lifted up and along that cold front. You definitely have that severe weather. Yeah, for anybody watching, I'll be doing a new video on my YouTube channel. It'll be posted tomorrow, or at every day now for about 8, at about 8 in the morning Central Daylight Time. So do tune in for that. I'll be talking more tropics. The tropics will be getting a lot more active. We got Hurricane Celia going on in the portions there off the Mexican coast. Another area of interest potentially off the Mexican coast in the Eastern Pacific. And then we got that wave that came off of Africa a couple days ago that is causing potentially some havoc across the southern open waters of the southern Atlantic Basin that could be heading toward the Lesser Antilles here pretty soon, and the Windward Islands. So that will definitely be something to watch in the Caribbean, and maybe even in toward the U.S. mainland here with time as well, toward the July 4th holiday. So if you have any vacation plans down toward Florida, the Bahamas, any of those areas, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, all those areas do want to watch the weather forecast very closely over the next week or so. I think in about 2 minutes, the Storm Prediction Center should be coming out with their outlook here for tonight across Minnesota, so I'll update you on that. We can see all the wind out there. We got sustained wind out of the south-southeast here ahead of this cold front. Clocked in around 10 to 20 miles per hour all the way across portions of the upper Midwest down through the Missouri Valley. Behind the cold front, we got winds coming in out of the northwest, some refreshing, cooler, less humid air coming in, some drier air. That's where you have those 70s starting to come into play. You can clearly see where this cold front is right across here, basically bisecting portions here of North Dakota into western and central South Dakota here as well. And like I said, behind that, you got all that northerly flow. We got that cooler, drier weather coming in here, 60s and 70s. Ahead of that, you got the 80s, 90s, and all the 70s degree dew points here as well. Even the wind gusts here. Look at these gusts here. We got wind gusts here approaching 30 miles per hour out ahead of this cold front here. Even a 33 mile per hour gust down near Des Moines right now. Rochester up to near 30. You got St. Paul up to near 25, 27-ish. And then near Huron into portions of South Dakota up over 30 mile an hour wind gusts right now. And even behind the cold front, some strong winds here out of the north-northwest at about, 25 to 35 mile per hour wind gusts here getting into western North Dakota right now across those areas. So looking at this with all the lightning here, zooming in, putting this into motion, you can definitely see that very strong complex of storms pushing into Grand Forks. In Grand Forks, some stronger weather coming right back toward your area. You may have another couple warnings toward your area here rather soon again, as this kind of back builds to the west here once again. But the main strong push of wind here is coming into portions of northwestern Minnesota, down through southeastern North Dakota, and into eastern South Dakota as well right now. Then kind of looking down to the south here, zoom out a little bit to see the bigger picture of things. We kind of got a little bit of a broken line starting to develop across South Dakota and Nebraska there. Pretty decent line segment starting to develop west of North Platte. Maybe North Platte will start to get some stronger storms here rather soon as well. And this will kind of translate over toward Grand Island, Sioux City, Omaha, Sioux Falls. All these areas will have some stronger weather into the overnight hours into early Saturday morning. So we'll definitely watch that here closely as we head through the evening. St. Lucia, is that in Florida? It rings a bell. I've heard of it, but I'm not. Is that in Georgia or Florida? I think it's Florida. Your wind finally went away. You're going to have some windy times, Snowy. You'll have the heat, but you'll have some windy times because once we get towards the July 4th holiday, like I was showing you, and then like we get toward the middle of July with all the change in the air mass from the cooler weather, relatively speaking, to all that heat, and then you have the active storm track, you're going to have a lot of wind across these areas in that transition zone. So, but I do agree, there's been a lot of wind this year, especially if in the springtime. There's been a lot of wind. Spring is naturally the windiest time of year anyway, spring and fall. But with the pattern changes all the time and the pressure changes are stronger. But yeah, you definitely see a lot more wind here. Even this time of the season is pretty impressive. And that goes along with the La Nina. I mean, you got a La Nina in play. We're still in kind of a weak to moderate La Nina phase. So this is kind of driving some of the, severe weather across much of the upper Midwest lately, is just all this La Nina conditions. La Nina favors a lot hotter summers. Also, here's some, drought conditions persisting in the Southwest, and then that stronger monsoon season as well. So it definitely has kind of a double-edged sword down that way into the Southwest, where you have that drought continuing in areas, and other areas you have that drought erased with all that monsoon weather with a lot of heavy rain. So yeah, if you live in St. Lucia, I mean anywhere in the Caribbean, I mean they call it the National Hurricane Center down here calls it the cone of uncertainty, right? And I mean, they're not certain where this thing will track. The system will track. It has a 60% chance, and probably even a greater chance than that when the update comes here later today into the overnight hours. That it'll become some type of a tropical entity, whether a tropical depression or a storm. And a lot of the guidance has actually been strengthening this to a tropical, tropical storm to a hurricane, even a major hurricane, so like a Cat 3 or stronger. So it just depends on the land interactions. But yeah, if you live anywhere in or vacation anywhere to the Caribbean or like the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, into Central America, or even the Bahamas, I mean, you definitely have to watch the weather because the cone of uncertainty is that big, as where it could turn its to the right, which I don't think will happen. I think my current thinking is that this thing will stay kind of straight westward, and then hit maybe a couple of the islands here, obviously into the Lesser Antilles and the Windward Islands, and then kind of go south towards Central America. And then some of the guidance actually has it progressing, to the northwest toward the open waters of the Gulf. So that is very troubling. Because the Gulf is very warm right now, and if not hot. I mean, we got sea surface temperatures in the Gulf well in the 80s, and I mean, that is ridiculously warm for like tropical storms and hurricanes. So we could have something brewing like that towards the early and middle portion of July, so something to watch. And even another wave coming off Africa is looking interesting too, that could organize itself into another system on the heels of the one we're talking about now. So things are going to start heating up with the La Nina in play, and it's definitely going to be like that probably straight through the rest of hurricane season. Once things get going, kind of like the severe weather here, it really doesn't stop anytime soon. It just kind of is like a domino effect. It just continues and continues, So let's see here. Yeah, we got these dew point temperatures where you see all the temperatures here into the 60s here. Dew points in the 60s. Look at Kansas City. You got dew points in the mid 70s right now in Kansas City. Soupy air mass, air you can wear down there here, 74 degrees. Kansas City, home of the Royals here, the Major League Baseball. And then you can see some middle and low 60 dew points up through portions of Minnesota and thereabouts. And that is where you can expect, I always lose where this is, of course. Oh boy. You can expect some high Cape values, instability here. That is on the order still into portions of the eastern Dakotas. still clocking in around 3,000 plus joules per kilogram, especially into southeastern North Dakota where there's untapped air. Still have some instability or CAPE, convective available potential energy, rising into the lower 2,000 range, the mid 2,000 or mid 1,000 range here, 1,500 to 2,500 joules per kilogram into northeastern South Dakota and to western portions of Minnesota, and then kind of weakening with eastward extent toward Wisconsin and Iowa. So once these storms reach portions of eastern Minnesota, southeastern Minnesota, western Wisconsin, they'll lose their luster a little bit because of all the instability waning to the east, but it still has a ways to get there, and we'll be watching that for sure. You have a sweet lady that lives there, somebody in your family? Yeah, it's nothing to panic on right now. I'll definitely keep you informed. I know Roy will as well on his page. He's more of a hurricane guy than I am. I'm more of a severe weather freak. I like the severe weather side of things. Roy is more of a hurricane guy. But I'm getting more into the hurricane, tropical storm type stuff. I'm kind of getting more into that, learning about it more, starting to get more into that. But definitely, severe weather is more in my wheelhouse. But like I said, we'll definitely keep you updated on this moving forward, but it's nothing to panic over. I wouldn't press the panic button yet anywhere in the Caribbean because this thing has a long ways to go before it even reaches the central Caribbean or let alone the Gulf of Mexico yet. So it still has a ways to go. So looking back up here to the north, we got 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail here till 8:15 Central Daylight Time. This will be expiring here in the next few minutes for these storms up near just north and west of Fargo. Still got that tornado warning here to the north. This also goes till 8:15 Central Daylight Time. Radar indicated here. Nothing too big of a deal with that. Right now, just mainly a damaging wind threat really near the Red Lake Falls area with that 80-mile-per-hour wind gust here moving east at 15 miles per hour. So it's slowed down quite a bit, but this goes in effect till 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So the next 45 to 50 minutes with that 80-mile-per-hour wind gust potential and then $half size hail with a line extending from near Strandquist to Hazel to near Peralt. Like I said, moving eastward at 15 miles per hour. The storm will be near Hazel, and this storm has already passed through Hazel and Thief River Falls. This storm is already passing through Red Lake Falls as well, and Middle River, Mavie, Strathcona, and then also Terrebonne is also here in the path of these storms. Very dangerous, and it also has a tornado possible tag on it as we have that warning as well with that. Then to the northwest of Grand Forks, we have another warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That storm is continuously moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour as a stronger rear inflow jet starts to push into these storms, pushing these along pretty quick, and a stronger low-level jet starting to kick up with these storms right now. Then we got the storms down here in South Dakota, just near the Eureka area. For 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. This is moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. And then we got another system here to the north and east of Pierre with kind of a line segment moving through Pierre with some downpours right now, getting into the western side and downtown Pierre right now of South Dakota, Oneida. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, also moving to the east at 30 miles per hour. This will be around Stone Lake around 8:10. So right now, this is moving into Stone Lake, and it's moving generally toward the Highmore area, Miller, and just south of Folkton, if you live into South Dakota there. And then a couple more warnings to the south here, just north and west of Mission, another line segment for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, also moving east at 30 miles per hour. This will impact Horse Creek, White River, these areas here, pushing towards the Highway 83 area, just south of Murdo. And then south of there, this includes Valentine, Kansas, ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is the hazard here. This storm's moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So a lot of warnings to go through. And then even some more warnings down to the south here into west central Nebraska, down toward the Ogalla area west of North Platte. We have another line segment with some big hail down here and some strong damaging winds. The damaging wind threat has increased here with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, along with ping-pong ball-size hail west of North Platte. This is coming towards North Platte right now. This is moving due east at 35 miles per hour. This is going to impact Madrid and Elsie pretty soon here as well, so do take cover there. And then the warning to the north, 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar-size hail moving east at southeast and east-southeast here at 30 miles per hour. Right along I-80. So if you're right along I-80 in west central portions of Nebraska, just west of North Platte, along the I-80 corridor, you have the 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gust threat with a half-dollar to up to ping pong, maybe even golf ball size hail up there. Then as we get down here towards Georgia again, the storm that we were talking about earlier to the south of Macon, we have a severe warning till 9:30. For the next 19 to 20 minutes, 9:30 Eastern Daylight Time for ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. It's radar indicated, but there was a measured wind gust of 56 miles per hour to the south of Macon, Georgia, just a little while ago, so that is something of note as well. The storm looks like it might be collapsing on itself, so usually when you have that happen, storms do like to kind of throw down a big gust and rush of wind. So that is something to note as well. So it appears to be a new warning here just west of North Platte until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 8 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm was located over Roscoe, Nebraska, or 8 miles east of Ogallala, moving east at 35 miles per hour. The new hazard now from 60 miles per hour has increased to 70 miles per hour, so 70 mile per hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail all along the squall line here from portions along the I-80 corridor here in Nebraska here from Arthur all the way down toward the Grant area and moving right towards North Platte. So if you live in North Platte, you're going to get some nasty storms with some straight line winds rather soon. A lot of this is starting to turn more linear, and this is going to, be more of a damaging wind threat and then transition more to a heavy rain threat after midnight. So it's all about the processes. But yeah, we got that severe thunderstorm watch for Minnesota. This goes till 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time for St. Cloud, Duluth, International Falls, all the way down towards Aberdeen, Brookings, Mitchell. All these areas could have the threat for severe weather, as the severe thunderstorm watch is more favorable area for severe thunderstorm development with the potential for some more spin up tornadoes, but mainly that straight line widespread damaging wind threat and that continued large hail threat could be up to around 2 inches in diameter too, so that's something to watch. It looks like a new warning has come out for Minnesota here, and once this reloads I will get right to that. So we'll wait for this to reload. And then we'll show you the lightning with this, because there's a lot of lightning with this as well here. But we'll get to this new warning. This is for Minnesota here, just west of Bagley, Minnesota. This is for 70 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. This is until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time at 8:10 Central Daylight Time, just a few minutes ago. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Mentor to near Flaming, moving due east at 40 miles per hour, and this will be around Mentor right now. Erskine around 8:20 here in about 5 to 6 minutes. Renum and Rindle around 8:25 here in about 10 minutes. Northern White Earth Nation and McClatch around 8:30 Central Daylight Time. So that is something to monitor as well. And this will also be around Bajau and Winger as well, as it pushes to the east near Foston, just north of Mahomet, and then west of Bagley here, heading towards that Black Duck area here that I was talking about earlier. It looks like they did cancel the warning to the south and west, just to the northwest of Fargo. I do believe there probably still is some type of... Yeah, okay, so what they did was they got rid of the severe thunderstorm warning for these areas here just northwest of Fargo, and instead of, putting out a new warning for severe thunderstorm warning, they put out a special weather statement here for wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour with these storms as they move to the southeast at 40 miles per hour. This does include the city of Fargo. This does go in effect here until 8:45 Central Daylight Time, so about half an hour. This is for portions of Clay, Eastern Norman, Northwestern Otter Tail, Northwestern Wilkin, Mahoman, Western Becker, Southwestern Clearwater, Southeastern Cass, and North Central Richland counties. So a lot of counties in play here. And this does include areas crossing into the kind of right along the I-29 corridor and getting down towards I-94 here into portions of far western Minnesota. So that is what they did with that. They canceled that, or either let that expire or cancel that warning and put out that special weather statement, which is kind of like a significant weather advisory in a way for the strong thunderstorms that they issue, which is just a grade below severe thunderstorm warning criteria. Snowy's heat lightning is. So there's a thing about heat lightning. It's kind of a misnomer, okay? Heat lightning is really not a thing. Heat lightning is just lightning from a thunderstorm in the distance, and it illuminates. There's certain amount of like reflections and refractions in the atmosphere that allow it to kind of reflect well, past the thunder, like 30 miles down the road or 50 miles down the road here from a stronger thunderstorm. And people misnomer that because it's hot during the summer times and you have a lot more thunderstorm activity during the summertime. But heat lightning is more just due to the fact that there's thunderstorms around. Because if you ever see heat lightning where you are, Snowies, look on the radar, and I guarantee you within about a 50-mile radius of you, there will be a thunderstorm somewhere, and that's where that's coming from. And if you look at the direction and where that lightning's coming from, I guarantee you that is what heat lightning is. So heat lightning is more of a misnomer. So that is something I thought when I was little was a thing, but I looked it up more, and yes, it's due to a thunderstorm. So we got a lot of activity across central South Dakota, getting into western Nebraska. Still got that activity up here in northwestern Minnesota here as well. And we got even a warning over here into a severe thunderstorm warning into Canada even. 90-kilometer wind gusts and nickel-sized hail with locally heavy rainfall. That's moving to the southeast at 45 kilometers here into Ontario. This is near Chapleau and those areas there. This is into central Ontario or southeastern Ontario right now for those areas. So there is some severe weather up into southern Canada and Ontario and Manitoba and all that, and Quebec right now. But we're mainly focusing on the severe weather across the northern plains. Like I said, I'll be doing more forecasts, with Canada and all that, forecasting stuff for Canada, especially Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Alberta, all those, southern Canada there into southeastern Canada here in my forecast, maybe starting next week. So that'll be something to do. That'll be something I'll probably do. That's like hours away from you. Yeah, probably a few hours. It's pretty far north of the Toronto area. Yeah, we still got those strong storms moving towards North Platte right now. So let's take a look once again. In case everybody's wondering, let's look at the guidance once again here for later today across these areas. Let's look at the HRRR as the new model run has come in, the 0Z. We got the storms right now fairly aligning with what we're thinking here, with the HRRR showing a squall line moving into western Minnesota, eastern Dakotas, and this will start to move its way to the east. Pretty healthy, matured squall line pushing through eastern Minnesota, kind of falling apart as it does so. Then you got that warm frontal boundary that'll start to push up from the Missouri Valley into portions of Iowa into western Illinois. Then we'll move the sector along here and show you that warm front here to the moving to the north. Some heavier rainfall developing across northeastern Iowa with this. And that your squall line starting to fall apart across the western Wisconsin toward the La Crosse area up toward Eau Claire. A lot of heavy rain from Waterloo down through the Dubuque, Iowa area, just west of Rockford, Illinois, getting down towards Peoria with that warm front lifting through. And depending on what happens and how the atmosphere works over during the morning hours will depend on what will happen later in the day. The HRRR has been consistent of actually strengthening the storms during the morning hours even further than what it's been showing the last few runs. So if that does occur, the afternoon destabilization will be kind of a little lesser than what we were thinking earlier. However, it is still showing some bubblers across the Lake Michigan down through that marginal risk zone that we're showing down near St. Louis, Quincy, Hannibal, and across the Quad Cities and Davenport, Iowa later in the afternoon. We'll still have to watch that. Let's see what the instability shows for the afternoon. Still showing some instability building back in the wake of the storms during the morning across that area from west central Illinois down through Missouri and into southeastern Kansas, but not a huge signal for some widespread severe weather, but maybe some isolated strong to severe storms possible. And then looking at the instability here, we'll have dew points pooling ahead of that cold front into the low, even some mid 70s where you see these blues and purples. So that is interesting as well. Temperatures ahead of the front will be rising. We got some hundreds on the way across the portions of the Ozarks tomorrow. Upper 90s into the western and middle Tennessee, western Kentucky, up toward the Chicago lakefront. Could have some temperatures rising into the lower 80s. Behind that front, we were talking about all that refreshing air here. Behind that front, look at the highs tomorrow. Look at the highs tomorrow across North Dakota. We could have mid 50s for high temperatures in North Dakota tomorrow afternoon on your Saturday. Even some low to mid 60s across South Dakota and a refreshing low to mid 70s across portions of Minneapolis, St. Paul, down through Rochester as we head into Saturday afternoon as well. So a very refreshing Canadian air mass is definitely going to be pushing in from the north and west as we head through the day on Saturday in the wake of this cold front. So some mid 50s. That is pretty impressive for June standards across this area, especially even up into North Dakota. Snowies, I did have a question for you. Is this blurry on your end? Does this map look blurry? If it does, let me know because I can switch maps. It just seems blurry on my end anyway. If this map does seem blurry to anybody, do let me know because I can fix that. But let's go back to this here. Let's show you the cloud tops from this. And you could see with these storms, well, that's not the right one. I guess we'll... So let's look at the cloud tops with this. You can see some of these cloud tops with these storms are actually pretty, if this would work right. But yeah, some of these cloud tops are approaching 50,000 feet. So some pretty decent cloud tops are across these areas. And that's why we have that strong weather like we do. And look at this squall line. It's gaining strength across this area, and it's starting to see some broken line of storms down through east central portions of South Dakota, getting down into west central areas near the North Platte area up toward Valentine. So that is very interesting as well. I think I said Valentine, Kansas earlier. I meant Valentine, Nebraska. I'm covering a lot of severe weather today, so there is I tend to make a couple errors from time to time, but if you guys remember to remind me that if I make an error, please let me know because I want to be accurate, the most accurate for you guys to keep you ahead of all of the dangerous severe weather. A lot of heavy rainfall across southern Manitoba right now, probably some flood warnings up there. Let's look here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so let's kind of look at something different. We were talking about hurricanes earlier. Look at the sea surface temperatures here for the Gulf of Mexico. The oranges, the deep oranges here, almost the reds, that is 85 to 90 degree water sea surface temperatures, especially in the northern Gulf along the Gulf Coast near New Orleans, over toward Houston, and getting over toward Panama City Beach. A lot of heat across that area. So if this thing starts to develop like it is, this around where I'm circling is where that system is right now. And that next 5 days, this could develop into something and push westward toward the Lesser Antilles and the Windward Islands. And here's what could happen. The system, here's some of the guidance, shifts it more north into the open waters toward Bermuda. Some of the guidance, actually most of the guidance, shifts it westward into the Caribbean and towards Central America and towards the Dominican Republic here and across some of the islands here in the Greater Antilles. And then also some of the guidance shifts it into the Caribbean, mostly over open water, and then shifts it into the Southern Gulf and towards here the Gulf of Mexico. So definitely something to watch. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities for this, but look at all the warm waters here across, especially the Gulf, along the coast here of the Atlantic coast, getting down toward the Greater Antilles here of, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, all these areas of the Bahamas. A lot of warm waters around here, a lot of undisturbed waters, and that is fuel to the tank, if you will, for the hurricane season to really start to get going with this storm. And we might have another wave coming off of Africa. The National Hurricane Center might be watching here as well, right on its heels, going in toward the middle of July. That could have interest for, areas around the southeastern U.S. or the Greater Antilles once again. So very interesting for sure. Now let's go back to the Storm Prediction Center's outlook here, because they did just come out with their new outlook here for this evening. They have expanded the enhanced risk for severe weather down farther southwest into northeastern and even really central South Dakota in their new outlook update. They got a skinny 5% chance of tornadoes here, still continuing along that squall line here into northwestern Minnesota, southeastern South Dakota, far northern portions there of South Dakota. And then that 2% risk of tornadoes extending down towards, the North Platte, Lincoln, and down towards the, Storm Lake area, Sioux City, and portions there of western Minnesota. Okay, Snowies, you got to go. Okay. Well, thank you for tuning in. I'll probably be doing a live stream tomorrow as well, as we'll be covering more severe weather potentially for my area. If it pans out, I will let you know either on Twitter. You don't have a Twitter, but on my new video tomorrow morning, I'll try to let you know. So I hope you have a good night and stay safe out there. Yeah, you got some significant wind across the areas here to the across the northern plains with that 30% hatch wind risk here, the 75 plus mile hour winds, and then that skinnier hail risk. The hail risk is starting to wane as it's trying to turn more to a widespread mode of damaging winds right now across this area more than anything else. So this is the new outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Not too many updates, just kind of expanding that enhanced risk farther towards central South Dakota really is the only major update, I guess you could say. They're kind of trimming back on the probabilities across North Dakota as that cold front has just started shifting southeast across that area, kind of stabilizing the atmosphere right now. So that is something worth noting. And then tomorrow, like I said, we got that marginal risk. I might go live tomorrow. We'll see if this gets bumped up to a slight. It all has to do with the instability and all the dynamics coming together tomorrow with the morning storms. If the morning storms kind of work over the atmosphere across the Illinois Valley, down through the Missouri Valley, probably won't see an upgrade. I would keep an eye on this. The Storm Prediction Center's new update comes out at 1 in the morning. But a marginal risk for severe weather right now from north central Illinois, eastern and southeastern Iowa, down through the middle Missouri Valley, Kansas City, up through portions here of Burlington, Iowa, Rockford, Illinois, Peoria, getting down towards, the Wichita area, maybe down toward El Reno, Oklahoma, and then down towards the, the Amarillo area into portions there of the Texas Panhandle. So that is something to definitely watch tomorrow. And then on Sunday, as we move to day 3, the Storm Prediction Center's Day 3 outlook shows around the eastern Ohio River Valley into portions there of the southern Great Lakes, could into western New York State, west central portions of Pennsylvania, so like Pittsburgh, up toward Buffalo, and then eventually down towards portions there of Cincinnati. Might have some severe weather potential on an isolated basis with a 5% area probability of severe weather across those areas as well. So that is something to watch. Looks like the radar timed out yet again. Let's see. Yeah, we got that big severe thunderstorm watch continuing across the Minnesota area all the way through 3 a.m. in the morning Central Daylight Time. I won't be alive that long, but definitely be weather aware. Have multiple ways to receive warnings into the overnight hours. Whether it's a NOAA weather radio, any local news TV organization help you, keeping you ahead of all the warnings, or even your smartphone. I mean, use your smartphone or tablet to get more warnings to wake you up during the night if you have to go to sleep, in case you get any severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings, or even tornado warnings. Definitely could be useful. So east of Grand Forks, these storms are weakening slightly, but still 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail possible. Moving east at 15 miles per hour. This goes in effect until 9 o'clock, about another half an hour, 29 minutes or so. And then to the south of there, we also have a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail moving east at 40 miles per hour. Very destructive line of storms here. We started out with some large hail, some very strong potential for tornadoes there. A couple of tornadoes that were, I recorded about two tornadoes that dropped down from these storms, potentially across North Dakota. Could have been less, could have been more. And then this turned into a 90-mile-per-hour damaging straight-line wind event for a little bit of a time there, with an 88-mile-per-hour wind gust reported into far eastern North Dakota here at a couple sites, and then pushing into northwestern portions of Minnesota here in a couple areas as well, producing that 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well into those areas. So a very destructive line of storms, to say the least. It looks like here and toward the Pierre area, just to the east-northeast of Pierre, South Dakota, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Just a few minutes ago, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 8 miles east of Stone Lake to 7 miles north of Harold to Blunt, moving east at 30 miles per hour. And at 8:19 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 58-mile-per-hour winds were reported 1 mile north and east of Harold, near Blunt and Harold. So definitely some severe gusts. Severe gusts are calculated at 58 miles per hour or stronger, so that does reach right at baseline severe criteria across those areas. You haven't gotten any rain at your house in over a week. I'm perfectly fine with Sunday's risk. Yeah, I mean, the problem with this time of year is that when you want rainfall, you almost get the severe weather a lot of the times, and that's the unfortunate part, is that you get in the heat of the afternoon and you have a system come through, you have severe weather, and you get the heavy rainfall with it. But hey, like you said, take the heavy rain where you can get it. There's some spots in the United States that are going back into drought now, so we definitely could use some heavy rain across those areas for sure. Let's see here. The 205 risk we got the other day missed us entirely. Are you talking about New York, the Buffalo area, and Pennsylvania? Is that what you're talking about? Where you're talking about that marginal risk on Sunday? I think that's what you're alluding to, but I'm not sure. But yes, there's a lot of severe weather occurring right now. Just some scattered severe weather across these areas, nothing too big. And let's see. So this storm has weakened a little bit further, which is some good news. So it was producing 90-mile-per-hour winds and then 80-mile-per-hour winds. Now it is capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. Still a formidable storm. At 8:32 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Strathcona to near High Landing to near Brooks, moving east at 15 miles per hour pretty slowly. This will be near Mavi, Oakley, High Landing, Goodridge, Roland, and a trail in Minnesota here in the next, half an hour or so, as this goes till about 9 o'clock Central Daylight Time. To the south of there, you got the warnings for the 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and the quarter-size hail as well across those areas. Still a pretty decent storm there to the east of Pierre, moving through Pierre with some downpours there, some stronger 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here, and some quarter-size, half-dollar-size hail potentially. Strong storm near Eureka has gone expired, and then also a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and half-dollar-size hail near Lure, or 14 miles northeast of Ashley, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour there into portions there of North Dakota. So that is something to note. Also northern Nebraska there near Valentine, ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Severe storm was located over Valentine here. That was about 10 to 12 minutes ago, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. And then those storms moving toward North Platte ever so slightly. Trained weather spotters have actually confirmed 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail. It looked like a second storm was producing large hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind was located 5 miles west of Sutherland in this area, moving toward North Platte. So trained weather spotters have actually confirmed the damaging wind and hail threat just west of North Platte. This is right along the I-80 corridor there into west central Nebraska. So anybody here, make sure to like the chat, like it up, press the thumbs up button here at the bottom, comment any, comments, questions below, definitely answer those, and also subscribe to my YouTube channel, trying to get to 200 subscribers here by the end of June, so please help me out there. I definitely appreciate that. I'm trying to grow my YouTube channel community to try and get you the most the utmost accurate weather forecasts I can, using my knowledge, model guidance forecasts, and other things here like the Climate Prediction Center's site, the Storm Prediction Center stuff, products as well along the way. And also these radar products here that do and don't work from time to time. Most of the time they work, some of the time they don't. They like to reload sometimes like this, but looking at the flooding threat, there actually is a flash flood watch, or a flood watch rather, that has been in effect from 10 p.m. this evening through Saturday morning sometime for a St. Cloud up through Little Falls, just north and west of Minneapolis, St. Paul, including the St. Cloud area. This includes a potential here for area creeks and streams are running high and could flood with more heavy rain. Rounds of heavy rainfall could produce totals of 1 to 2 inches, leading to the possibility of flash flooding in this area. So that is why the local National Weather Service, probably from the Minneapolis, St. Paul area or St. Cloud, did put out that flood watch with those incoming storms later today. Looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Fargo. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is really starting to pick up speed now. This goes until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Kelso to near Emden, moving southeast at 60 miles per hour. This is near Halstead right now. Hendrum around 8:45 in about 5 to 6 minutes. And then Leonard and Purley around 8:50 here in about 10 to 11 minutes. And then Davenport and Ada around 8:55 here in about 15 to 16 minutes. And also here including areas of around Burrup, Kindred, and Barry as well. This is following highways Interstate 29 between mile markers 28 and 109. Interstate 94 in North Dakota between mile markers 308 and 352. And Interstate 94 in Minnesota between mile markers 1 and 38. So definitely take your cover as well. And there's also torrential rainfall occurring, which may lead to flash flooding with the storm. Remember to not drive through flooded roadways. Turn around and don't drown, people. All right. We got an extension to the warning down to the south here, just to the east of Pierre. We got 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail moving east at 35 miles per hour. And then we also have a new extension to a warning. This includes North Platte now for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for North Platte Nebraska. This is moving east at 45 miles per hour right now. So expect some damaging winds and some ping pong ball size hail with this storm across North Platte rather soon, as this kind of travels right along the I-80 corridor there into west central Nebraska. A lot of heavy rain here up into portions of southern Canada. I'm going to go back out here to see and show you how much heavy rain we could be talking about. The latest HRRR model is showing. Going through Saturday afternoon, you can expect some heavy rainfall across much of Minnesota into northern Iowa, eastern Nebraska there, and then parts of eastern South Dakota. I think that, yes, eastern South Dakota. You can expect rainfall on the order of 1 to 3 inches plus in some of these areas, especially if you get repeated rounds or training, as we call it, training of thunderstorms. So that is something to definitely watch out for. And then the RAP model also is a shorter range model. It's showing generally some heavier rainfall there as well through the next 24 hours. The NAM model also agrees here as well. The NAMNess model here is pretty bullish as well. So a lot of agreement here in the model runs that there is at least 1 to 3 inches of rain on the way, and that is why the St. Cloud weather forecast areas, the National Weather Service, have hoisted that flood watch for the potential for a couple inches of rainfall in a short amount of time across those areas, with those area streams, creeks, and rivers running pretty high around there. So thank you to everybody who has joined me this evening and this afternoon to cover this, to be along with me to go through the severe weather, go through some of the longer range model forecasts through the July 4th weekend, talk about some of the tropics and what's to come. And I look forward to do more of these live streams here heading through the future with more of the severe weather events. And I also plan on doing live streams with landfalling tropical systems, whether it's a depression, a hurricane, or a tropical storm, or even a major hurricane across the mainland U.S. here as well, if any do warrant that here later this year. So I definitely will be doing that as well as we head through time. So I definitely appreciate everybody joining. And I look forward to seeing you next time as well. I'll probably be on here for a little while longer, and then I'll kind of be signing off as I have some other model guides to look over, and then a video to get you guys early in the morning that I have to start working on. So I will definitely be logging off here rather soon, probably closer to about 9 o'clock or thereabout. And then I'll start to get that ready for tomorrow. As I said, that video will be published around 8 a.m. in the morning, usually every single day. I try to get it out most mornings at 8 a.m. So do be looking for that. I'll have an update on the tropical weather, update on severe weather here into tomorrow, and looking at the longer range here toward the middle of July, including your July 4th holiday weekend here as well. So don't you worry, I have you covered for sure. Looks like we do have a new warning along the Kansas and Colorado border. For 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, an automated site at the Burlington Airport did report that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust potential moving east at 15 miles per hour across this area. This does expire at 8:45 Mountain Daylight Time here within the next hour or so. So a lot of stronger storms moving through here. West of Aberdeen, got a pretty nice looking storm that I just clicked on it and it went away. Okay. I just clicked on it and it must have canceled or expired across here portions of South Dakota, one of these warnings. But let's look at all the lightning here. Look at all the lightning with these storms. Just an incredible amount of lightning here across especially the storms here into eastern North Dakota, northwestern Minnesota, all the way down into South Dakota here. And if I zoom in, look at how much lightning there is truly with these storms. Very electrical storms. So even without the damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes, tornado threat. You definitely have that frequent cloud to ground lightning potential as well, with all of the heat and humidity continuing across this area. So a lot of lightning here, all the instability feeding into this. And this lightning just continues down the line into portions here of South Dakota as well. And if I zoom out, just look at all the lightning across this area. Just amazing. All the electrical storms that are in play here from southern Canada all the way down through Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, all the way down through Nebraska here into portions of Colorado and Kansas. It's just amazing to me how much lightning there is. So I probably will be signing off here around 9 o'clock. I do appreciate everybody joining me. I think I'm going to be wrapping it up, even though the severe weather will continue well into the overnight hours. The severe thunderstorm watch does go until 3 a.m., but I have a video to get to you guys in the morning to kind of update you on all the severe weather and the weather side of things, the tropical storms, the monsoon, all that stuff here. We do have a new warning here, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. This does include areas along the line 6 miles north of Mavi to near Trail to White Earth Nation, moving east at 30 miles per hour for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This does include Bagley, Bemidji, just near the Black Duck area, and then getting up toward Grigola. So those areas could be under the gun for some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with the maturing last storms there. Southeast is 60 miles an hour. Could have that 60-mile-an-hour wind gust threat with a quarter-size hail as well. Down towards the Fargo area, getting down toward Detroit Lakes. What does that say there? Wahpeton, those areas, and then down towards Mahanomen. Those areas could see some pretty strong weather as well. So I'll go over the Storm Prediction Center's outlook one more time for today and tomorrow. You can have an enhanced risk of severe weather across north central Minnesota into the eastern Dakotas through the overnight. That slight risk extending down into Nebraska, northwestern Iowa, around the Sioux City area, down through Lincoln, North Platte, all these areas, Kearney, and then in portions here of Iowa with that marginal risk around Des Moines, getting into Waterloo, Cedar Rapids, all the way down into Ottumwa there, into Omaha, Nebraska, getting back here into northwestern Kansas. And then as we head into tomorrow, along that cold front, we could have a marginal risk, maybe an upgrade to slight. We'll have to see how that works out for tomorrow. We have a marginal risk for severe weather from north central Illinois, southeastern Iowa, down through Missouri and the middle Missouri Valley there. This does include Kirksville, Missouri, portions of Joplin, potentially just to the north of Joplin, Kansas City, Ottumwa, Iowa, the Quad Cities, Davenport, Iowa, Peoria, Illinois, Rockford, Illinois, the western Chicago suburbs, getting all the way down through portions of Topeka, Wichita, El Reno, Woodward, Kansas, and then getting down towards Amarillo, Texas here as well, and the panhandle of Texas through the day tomorrow. Not looking at much of tornado risk, mainly just a 5% hail and wind risk for tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised to see a spin-up tornado if we have enough instability realized, but I think the Storm Prediction Center seems reasonable to put out a less than 2% chance for tornadoes. They are pretty smart at what they do, and I do think that does seem pretty reasonable. And then looking even to Sunday, we have that marginal risk across portions of Ohio, Cincinnati, up through portions of Pittsburgh, Buffalo, into western New York there, getting down close to Charleston, West Virginia, with that marginal risk and that 5% chance here probably of just wind and hail. The tornado threat should be pretty low around on Sunday as well. So that is pretty interesting as well. Let's see here. Let's go back to the radar. Yeah, we still have that mature squall line across portions of the Fargo area, getting into northern and northwestern Minnesota. If anybody here is listening in the chat, I do appreciate you guys tuning in. Like I said, I'll be kind of taking off here about 9 p.m. here in about 10 minutes. So if you have any questions, you have about 10 minutes to ask, whether it's about any of today's weather forecast or of the upcoming weather forecast for the next few days, the longer range, including the July 4th holiday. Can definitely answer those questions for sure here in the next few minutes while I'm still here. Otherwise, I will be doing a video and publishing it by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, which I'll be doing every morning as well. Do remember to subscribe to my channel. I'll have 200 subscribers hopefully by the end of June. Please help me out. I do definitely appreciate everybody joining here today. I deeply do appreciate it. We got the severe thunderstorm watch continuing until 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time for the St. Cloud area up toward Duluth, International Falls, down toward Brookings, Mitchell, Aberdeen, all these areas. This is just northwest of the Minneapolis, St. Paul vicinity. So we will have to see how that works out. Let's see. Still got that ping pong ball size hail near the North Platte area. 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. That is the potential across the North Platte area, coming into more of a major city there. Right along the I-80 corridor here in Nebraska, we've got the stronger storms. Let's see. Yeah, remember to like the live stream down below. Also comment down below as well if you have any questions here before I leave here about 9 o'clock. I'm going to wrap it up around 9 o'clock. I got a video to get out to you guys here early in the morning, 8 a.m. tomorrow. And I will also be doing a live stream potentially tomorrow. I will let you know during the video here as tonight if I will be doing that. And that'll be a shorter live stream tomorrow, probably mainly a couple-hour window as it's kind of more limited to my area. So I figured I might just do a live stream tomorrow. And I probably won't do one on Sunday, but you never know. If that gets upgraded, we potentially could be talking about a live stream Sunday if that gets upgraded to a slight risk. So we will have to see. So let's go back, put the weather radar back on. Yeah, look at the tops of some of these storms. Look at the anvil of these storms across portions of the northern plains and the Midwest. Just look at all of the lines of storms here with the huge anvil across portions of Manitoba, western Ontario, into the northern Minnesota, Dakotas, all the way down into the central plains there toward the front range of the Rockies. Just amazing, strong thunderstorms that can produce these tall tops along the leading edge of these storms. Let's see. Let's put the radar here into motion. And you can see all the lightning with this here as this progresses to the east. Really starting to bow out here across northwestern Minnesota. And we'll have those bow echoes continue into the overnight hours. There was a lot of energy today, a lot of instability, and that's why we have severe thunderstorms that did kind of, develop very quickly into supercells. We had a couple tornadoes reported potentially into North Dakota. The National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center obviously will all be investigating that to see how many tornadoes there have been. But I think two was the number, so we'll definitely have to see. The number could go up or down. So we'll just have to see what the preliminaries are from the surveys here. Once they go out, the survey teams this weekend survey the damage across portions of North Dakota if there was any damage. So. Let's see. Otherwise, if you're looking for a heat wave, you got some heat coming back into the middle of the country probably towards the July 4th weekend. You got some heat across the Pacific Northwest. Also, that will be building in toward this weekend and then toward the July 4th weekend potentially as well. And will definitely take any rain that we can get across the desert Southwest with the monsoon season continuing, and also across portions here of the Midwest down towards the deep South and the areas that could be developing a drought rather soon. Hopefully they can get some rainfall as well in those areas that need it as well. There's a lot of... So I think I'm going to wrap it up, guys. Thank you for joining me. Do have multiple ways to receive warnings through the overnight hours in Minnesota down through Iowa, and we'll talk tomorrow. I will have a video publishing around 8 a.m. tomorrow, so do stay tuned for that. Also, let family, friends know I might go live tomorrow as well for a couple hours across portions of northern Illinois and down through the Central Plains with more severe weather with the marginal risk tomorrow. And also do let family and friends know that I will have a video around 8 a.m. tomorrow as well, Central Daylight Time. Concerning the long-range forecast, including your July 4th forecast here, and maybe looking ahead towards the middle of July as well, and the tropics, the drought, the monsoon, all the whole 9 yards from coast to coast, even looking potentially at southeastern Canada here as well during that period. So thank you for watching, everybody, during this live stream. I deeply appreciate it. Leave a like below. Subscribe to my YouTube channel at 200 subscribers. I'm trying to get there, so please help me out. And also leave any comments, questions below. In my video tomorrow, I definitely will answer all those questions. And thank you for joining me tonight. And I look forward to seeing you again in the live stream in the future, tomorrow and beyond. So thank you very much, and have a great, great weekend, everybody.